ぞ、もっと近くへ来い。
未来神の術、未来神2の段
螺旋丸影分身の術、
カトン豪華級の術。
千鳥。
それが俺の人道だ。
雷鳴と共に散れ。
しっかり見ててください。
俺は畑かかしって名前だ。
千鳥
それが俺の人道だ。
雷鳴と共に散れ。
しっかり見ててください。
俺は畑かかしって名前だ。
小僧、もっと近くへ来い。
未来神の術、未来神二の段。
螺旋丸影分身の術。
カトン豪華球の術。 千鳥
それが俺の人道だ。
雷鳴と共に散れ。
しっかり見ててください。
俺は畑かかしって名前だ。
小僧、もっと近くへ来い。
火遁豪華級の術。螺旋丸。螺旋丸。これでどうだ。千鳥火遁豪華級の術。ドトン合流敵。
影分身の術。
火遁豪華級の術。ドトン合流壁。
多重影分身の術。
飛来神の術。
千鳥
螺旋丸。
球の術
螺旋丸螺旋丸これでどうだ
カトン豪華球の術ほとんど合流敵
影分身の術
カトン豪華球の術ドトン合流壁
多重影分身の術
Welcome back, ladies and gents, and now you guys are tuning for more action into the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Fall Season 2026 with me, Chu, and Sir Cloud. We are already in week 1, day 4. How are you feeling today?
Oh, I'm feeling excited. Not because today is Saturday, but because today we're gonna get the potential drama that we missed yesterday, which is ABC and 214. Ooh, farm fight again.
And also Mountain Rival fight. It's going to be all-day fight, but we do have to focus on Rondo early on. And so far, the new record is going to be 21 eliminations on top of Rondo. Thanks to YG yesterday, bombastic performance of first map Rondo. But then, it was a whole day of observation esports to recap for you guys, which they will not be playing today. I think a lot of teams are definitely feeling relief that a lot of Group D terrorizing a lot of the other lobbies of teams yesterday. So I think they had enough.
Yeah, Observation Esports, they deserve a break today, right? After their phenomenal run yesterday, they scored a lot of points. So today, they can chill. It's okay, right? But another team that also kind of performed yesterday as well is NGGZ, especially with Red coming out with a clutch to get a chicken dinner in one of the rounds. So let's see if he'll be consistent again today. But before we get on to the matches, here's a little bit of a recap of our tournament format. So week 1, where we are still at, is still going to be the same format where the teams are divided into 5 different groups, and we'll rotate the groups every day. But by next week, which is week 2, the groups will be reshuffled again based on their performance of week number 1. So stay tuned to where your favorite team will be at, and the top 16 teams from the group stages will move on to the finals later.
Now, don't forget when it comes to the incentive and motivation for the teams that are playing in this tournament here right now, we do have the same amount of prize pool distribution. Is it going to be a total prize pool of $30,000 US, but it will be divided and segregated during the league stage and the finals. The finals, most of it will double the amount for the league stage. But so far, I think for the top teams, this is what they are aiming for. But good news, nobody's going to go empty-handed during the league stage.
Oh yeah, everybody's going to get something, right? But you, of course, as a competitor, you want to get as much as possible. And the potential for them to get it is based on this schedule as well. So we are on the 25th of July, which is still week number 1. And then next week will be week number 2. Starting from Wednesday onwards, it's going to be the same schedule. But the grand finals is going to be almost a month later. So make sure you lock in your calendars correctly. It's going to start on the 28th of August until the 30th of August. And by then, we'll determine who will be the champion of the PMCL this season. And we'll also move on to the PMGO.
Now, in case you guys just joined us here today, we do have total of 20 teams for this tournament, and we do have 5 groups with 4 teams in each of it, respectively. Group A, B, C, D, and E. Now, today we won't be looking at Group D, Terrorize Esport, Hive International, Black Eagle Esports, and Observation Esports. Unfortunately, Hive did not have a good run yesterday, but good news for Group D, they still have another run tomorrow.
Oh yeah, so they can still kind of determine their fate tomorrow because they'll be playing, obviously. But for today, they will not be playing, so we'll be focusing on Group A, B, C, and E. And of course, what I'm looking forward to is the return of ABC, and we still have 214 that will be playing today, and we might see action between these two teams because by tomorrow, Group E will not be playing, so 214 will not be playing. Same goes for KE, a hybrid, and also Snooker Esports, so we won't get that drama tomorrow. So today is going to be the potential last day of that drama.
Now, speaking of more drama to go, today is going to be Group E last run for the week. So, like it or not, they might have to force themselves to push forward. Now, we do have Hive still standing at number 1, Observation Esport at number 2. Both teams will not be playing. Even the 4th place will not be available here today because they are on a rest day. Now, this is going to be the biggest window for YG to elevate their status by end of today's run. So they have plenty of opportunities with lesser competition coming up from the top 4.
Yeah, so between YG and Hive International is 62 points. So if they really can perform today, it's mathematically possible for them to overtake Hive International at the top. The gap is big, but it's not impossible there. For today's matches, it's going to be the same sequence as before and throughout this tournament as well. We're going to start off with Rondo, where the recall feature will be activated so team can maximize the elimination points in this map. And then we'll go into the OG map of Erangel twice before we head on to an extended break. And when we come back from that, it's going to be one last Erangel, and then we will shift our map to the Dusty Dunes, one of the biggest maps in PUBG Mobile Esports, which is Miramar, twice before we end the day and also wrap up some of the teams for the week.
And speaking of the week, especially when it comes to first map Rondo, it's super important for them, like you mentioned, maximize efficiently how much they can score in this one because they need all the points they can get. 214 Pro, Snooker Esports, Hybrid Esports, NK. That's why I have 2 of Group E's team right now in my lineup. And for me, YGK's is going to be them maximizing, try to catch up to Hive points as much as possible before Hive coming back for tomorrow. How about you?
I just want to see drama, right? Okay, so YG is, I think, kind of like an obvious pick. They are a big powerhouse, but I just want to see drama. So that's why ABC and 214 is there. I put it up so that if either one of these teams do better than anyone else, then nobody can say that, oh, he's doing the caster's curse. No caster's curse, because both of them are here.
But you know what? We got a different curse, but it's a good one. If you happen to be a person that always dream of being superhero, you can have the chance in the game of PUBG Mobile here with our collaboration, Spider-Man: A Brand New Day. It's gonna be dun 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 dun, yeah.
Yeah, if you don't know that jingle, I don't know what world are you living in. And of course, this collaboration will be coming soon. We don't have an exact date yet, but it might be after the Naruto collaboration. So exactly when, well, just stay tuned. Speaking about the Naruto collaboration, it is still live inside the game right now. This amazing collaboration between PUBG Mobile and Naruto. There are a lot of amazing event features inside the game and a lot of collectible items that you can get as well. You can preview some of them as the players use them. So why preview when you can just get it yourself while it's still there?
Yeah, speaking a lot of red today, of course we have the new collaboration coming for this month. It's gonna be the Ferrari official as our partner of collaboration 2026, a legacy of elegance, a standard of performance, prepared to witness automotive excellence as Ferrari joins PUBG Mobile version 4.5 coming this July, and we're almost at the end of July. So make sure you guys grab your Ferrari, guys, because it's going to be a once in a lifetime opportunity. We're going to have a different collaboration every single time, but so far I don't think we have any repeating automotive collaboration by far.
Not yet, right? So if that means, right, if you miss this one, then it might not come back. So you gotta grab it later. But you don't want to miss out on the action as well. And this is, of course, going to be Rondo. So Rondo, we know from the very beginning, they're going to start shooting at each other. So you gotta catch the action from the very start of this map. Rondo, look at New York Factory, maybe Yulin, maybe Danching. Let's go.
Buckle up your seats because right now the players will start a lot of fights. We do know when it comes to Rondo, since stage 1, 0 seconds or 0 minute, and there will be a lot of crash in between the teams there. Like I mentioned, New York's Factory, Dumping, Hotspot, might as well Yulin in the fray. But the flight path this time, we're gonna have single flight path on the northern side coming from Stadium down towards Yungu outskirts. But Circle, then where would it be? If it will be down south, if it's going to be Yuli Circle again, there's a lot of clashes on top of around Jiaotin. And coming up from the northern side, there's not many recall towers compared to around the middle side of the map. So they have to be extra careful and might just compete for the towers as well.
Yeah, Circle is going to be one thing, but surviving the first potential clash will be another for the teams. I'm looking at Stadium there. Having at least 3 teams overlapping each other, that could be a big potential clash point. New York's Factory, as expected, that's going to be a big one as well. But we already see the elimination feed starting to roll, and that's happening inside of Stadium.
It's the drama that you've been waiting for. I feel like they definitely have something very personal between ABC and 214 right now, having a go in every single map. Now it's official. They have a beef between these two teams. No matter what you switch the map into, they will fight each other quite early.
Yeah, maybe even if you give Sunhawk or Vikendi, they will still meet with each other. I don't know, these teams providing us the entertainment. But at least for a start, ABC, they got their first elimination, so it's a good beginning for them. We shift our attention over to Test Track as well. So here we're having a couple of teams here clashing with each other, including Young Radicals. We have Mernat with the S12K, very clutchable weapon at a close quarters combat, but he lost that one.
Yeah, no trade-off coming up from YG. Heavy casualty, 2 of them already out. Hopefully they can get themselves to a recall tower soon, but we do have plenty of teams in engagement right now, including Sisu. There's also Hybrid Time. Pretty much except for Mo Wang, I think he got something against himself. I think that was a self-need. There's a bit of a blunder for the team of ABC right now. How many teams are there where they're fighting on top? Where were they? Hybrid Sisu still going on, and GGZ still fighting a long fight against YG. Smile! Clutch 2 of NGGZ in a whiff, not even breaking a sweat.
Always very dependable, right? He shows up, he gets 2 of them, and 2 points to him and the team. And now we have Time Esports as well, going up against VKS, and Lil One's going to come in from the side. They're going to try to surround their opponent. So far, so good, and they're closing in the gap right now, but Amura needs to reload. He does have his teammate to follow up for him, and VKS. The other day, they won this part of Test Track.
Time and NGGZ now down to 1 last player. I just hope they don't get caught in the process of finding that recall tower. But 214 now having their next target. That's going to be KE. Last time we saw they were fighting ABC, who I think a bit too far from the rest just now. But VKS against YG, I guess it's going to be a non-stop fight on top of Test Track.
Yeah, it's not over yet here. We have Goodfellas and 7 Sky on this part of Test Track. And also another team. Yeah, we'll check on them later, because right now, Goodfellas, Riff is in trouble and he will be eliminated by Robelo. But Chewy with this nade should be on point. He gets it. Now he secures the point.
Incredible start coming up from Chewy. Jeff Fast, they had plenty of good run for the past few days. Here comes another drop. Never mind. 7 Sky. They're quite confused as well for the teams. They heard so many footsteps due to how concentrated each of the compound that we're watching here right now. So they have to make sure they don't actually do an accident, a blunder, that they might actually friendly fire their own teammates.
Hopefully Chewy doesn't friendly fire his own self with the snake. 2, 1, open the door. Oh, okay, found an angle.
Perfect.
Wow, what an angle.
Perfect. He knows exactly where they're at. Just well calculation there. But we do have Sisu. Did ABC lost their last member? No, they managed to recall just now. And then I hope they find another recall tower, because things not looking so well for ABC. Again, heavy casualty down to 2 players the moment after they just literally done the recall.
Well, between 214 and ABC, 214 is eliminated. So I guess that's 1 for ABC. But in New York's Factory, we are still trying to find who is going to be the king of New York's Factory here today, at least. We still have like 5 different teams. That's a whole bunch there, including Vanix here.
Scythe. There's 4 teams. Might be having a 5th. Oh, well, still stage 1. I mean, plenty of teams got themselves a lot of scores, including Sisu actually leading the board with 6 eliminations right now. But for GFS, They scored a tree before. Shin's trying to find anybody within the smoke, but nobody gonna open the door. They know whoever's inside of this a warehouse right now will be waiting just to having a pre-fire position for Goodfellas Gaming. It seems like a lot of footsteps. They're quite confusing. She's couldn't stay put at one position. There's so many noise around them.
Yeah, it's multiple layered as well, right? So if you hear footsteps somewhere, like it's also hard to really detect like where your opponent is at. But Shin's he detected one. He shoots. Doesn't score yet. Second time around, but Shin's got tagged by Amura instead.
Oh, Amura. Oh, we show himself. Did he not see the windows just now? It's quite apparent. But now, jumping down, is going to be Wang's hoping to make some damage control. He managed to clutch on one. Shin's down on the ground, but there's also Seven Sky. Why did we switch? Seven Sky Jaws charge in.
Okay, thank you, observers, for coming back to Neon Factory. But I want to see the fight down there. Oh, man. Anyway, Seven Sky, so far so good. They got Lil Wang's side. He's not the last player here. He does have his teammate together with him. But they're on the rooftop and nobody's here. While that last player from Seven Sky, he's on the ground floor. It's a 2v1. I think they probably can go for it.
Yeah, I think it was VTech going for the recaller as the recaller of the team. Because he's the only one here. I think he just used that recall tower early on to recall the rest of the Team 7 Sky, who still inside of the blue zone. But VTech. See, VTech! Oh, this is going to be a sharp corner. He managed to make it a sharp spray down there. But coming up behind, speaking of timing, Jaffrey. Always there to help.
And the recall tower happened over here as well. So he can immediately recall his teammates. Nice and quick. They're still at stage 1. So they only got 1 elimination point, but they survive. And that's the most important thing.
They didn't manage to recall on Marcus though, unfortunately. And speaking of unfortunate moments, the moment they jumped down as the recall happened, it happened to be in the EMP zone as well. So they were not having those vehicles working unless, well, it's not going to be here forever. But we do have a lot of teams inside of the blue zone after the early crossfire just now, Claire. It was a massive early fight as always when it comes to Rondo. We anticipated that, and due to the recalls, a lot of teams are taking a lot of blue zone damage. But when it comes to the circle, this is going to be almost similar to yesterday's circle around the outskirts of bamboo area and the test track. This is going to be tricky. Yesterday, I think it was slightly in the middle, in between these two compounds.
Oh, we saw there's another elimination. I believe that involves Misfit International. They just scored one for themselves. And it's given to South. Okay, that's a long range one. But points are still points. And they have this area for themselves within the circle. They can still go out and loot the spores after getting whatever they got earlier. Okay, plenty of space to play for Misfit International.
Playing it slow and steady, not being over aggressive compared to all the other teams we were looking before. Misfit International, they're right now at 16 place, 60 points. We do know when it comes to the middle pack downwards, except for GC of course, Golden Cross have a lot of work to do here today. We talked about being a top 16 is super important just to get to the grand final first, one step at a time, but they have to figure out something for Elevate and GC today. But when it comes to MS, I think they're not safe either. The gap is just too tight and very uncomfortable. How many points do you think is going to be the safest point by end of the... never mind, wait for a bit. Hybrid versus KE.
Okay. We'll check on that answer later. After this fight, at least. Well, Hybrid, they have a full team, and KE, they need to come from the outside. So they need as much information as possible. And for KE, it's not like they have a full squad here as well. They only have 2 players. Okay, here comes Campus spraying on the side. And escape. Oh, no escape. Oh, okay, that's a substitution for KE. And he goes down. Campus will need to win the fight with his SL. Okay, he reloads. Enemy shows up. But can't land the shot yet. Instead, he gets punished.
Yeah, I think Davan's waiting for the recall time between the two players here. That's why they're not having all 4 men yet. Now, anytime now, they're going to go for a recall. Hopefully, but KE, did that recall just happen? They're down to 2 players still. Gamgee and Hybrid managed to get themselves an upgrade of loot out of that fight just now and scoring themselves a 4. Well, this is slightly quieter than yesterday when it comes to the points, but it's still quite early. We're in stage 2. And Davan trying to find himself probably another recall tower nearby, but the problem is going to be the zone against him. It's over 1,000 kilometers for them to get into the circle right now for KE.
Well, the good news is that they managed to recall, so they are back as a full squad. And they will have a second chance to try again after this to gain more than 2 points that they already have. So how far is KE? Okay, they're up north, and next to them is going to be Goodfellas. And the circle slightly down south. So it's going to be a bit of a distance for them to get in. I'm also looking at Goodfellas. They're not heading straight into the circle. They kind of stop in front of KE, so that could be a potential fight.
I think they're trying to find some utilities just to sustain a bit more longer. But next, we talked about GC before versus Time. Now, Time did score himself a chicken yesterday. But when it comes to Golden Cross, they're still having a rough time. It's not connecting for the nade so far. But unfortunate for ABC, from the Pan to the Fire, from the Lion Dance to the Wolf Den. Next, you keep meeting up all these heavy fragger teams. But for GC, seems like the nade will not connect yet. Oh, finally one. That's going to be Hash on the ground. It's go time for GC perhaps.
Oh, another nade to maybe secure the elimination point? Nope, not yet. The Time Esports, okay, looking for an opportunity elsewhere. Anyway, here we have Ronin trying to support his teammate, but he's not really committing yet. I guess because he senses that another team is close by, and we see that on the minimap, and it might be a 3-way fight soon.
Crazy, doing crazy ideas, but it's a bit too late. Dale, clean execution translated into a point instantly. But it's running low with his bullet. Level 1 of gears. Crazy. Managed to get down on Hash. Again. Dale tried to give some pressure, but what an angle. There's going to be definitely, there you go. DOS down. Hash is down as well. Getting a double down for Crazy. GC really pinning the side of Time. Completely cornered.
Nice angle there. And the fight will continue on with Dale down on the ground and eliminated by Kim. And Wako is going to be the final active player for Time Esports. GC looking for him, but here comes Mr. International showing up as well. Crazy Ying goes out, gets his target immediately, and he will secure the elimination point.
They were still licking their wounds for GC. It was quite a quick regroup and quick recuperation coming up from GC to actually hold the line against MSI, who tried to take advantage. Just 2 players, by the way, but still, they got plenty of points out of that.
Yeah, not bad of a start for GC if you think about it. Like 6 elimination points already, and they're number 19 right now in the overall, so they are desperate for points. And this is a good map for them to try to collect as many points as possible, as so far they are maximizing their opportunity. Next, maybe ABC, but ABC, if I look at their current position, they don't seem to be interested to try to rush into test track. And they don't really need to, because likely they'll get the next base of the circle. We get an update now. Not a hard shift.
Feel like a very similar circle as yesterday between Bamboo and Test Track. But when it comes to the side of ABC, I kind of get the sentiment. They've been facing and been taken caught off guard a lot of times against 214. 214 was intentional. And then YG, and then it was it Sisu or somebody else tried to take them down as well. Speaking of Sisu, they're taking on KE. Like you mentioned, they were outside of circle before. Then, like it or not, they have to crash in together coming up from the northern side. Now, very down south, these teams, well, unfortunately, have a long journey to go. But NGGZ tried to challenge Elevate to go for the fight, but they're not taking it because SNK is just next nearby NGGZ. If they are a bit too reckless and overpeaking, it might be costly for the side of NGGZ.
But Elevate is looking to see if they can be proactive against NGGZ. Rick's doing the scouting work. His teammate's still behind, so it's more of information gathering. On the other hand, the zone is closing and NGGZ will be pressured to move. And here comes Riggs with that spray. Nicely done onto Miner. He gets in, and now Riggs will secure the elimination point.
Red, can he clutch another big one just like how he did yesterday? Nate both being cooked, everybody on their toes, and
Wow.
Red managed to score a Kobe against Reds. Now the next target will be the one that covering fire on the side of Elevate. Can they actually visualize the other side of the? Unfortunately, there's gonna be long shots coming up from from SNK to NGGZ. It's going to be tough for them to actually overstay themselves here. The Blues start to hurt here. It's going to be stage number 4. Every single second matters now. But for Meow Meow, can he make it out of the blue in time?
Ooh, Jimmy has the same question as well. Looks like the answer is he's not going to be able to make it. And same goes for Meow Meow, like what you said. And that is it for Snooker Esports. Only one elimination point this round, and that's it.
But for YG, we can see they are definitely maximizing this round. 10 eliminations already, but they do have only 3 players left. I'm not sure if there's any recall tower nearby. Last we've seen probably only 1. But ABC, that's going to be... Wait a minute, that's going to be YG taking on Elevate. While Red try to steal it away, they are running and gunning at the same time. YG is actually in the process of hunting right now. They're not going for objective 4 the center of circle. They are literally obliterating the population here.
Yeah, they're really making use of the Rondo map right now by maximizing the elimination potential. And potentially they might get Smoke. It's forced to move the other way. But that means Smoke will be passing by other teams. So far so good. Smile with that spray of the Smoke, but the terrain is enough to protect it.
Long shots with the AUG coming from Smile. Ambitious. Back to his Monet. He managed to get an off angle on the side. Vix kind of pinned in between AB and YG right now. And GGG also might try to take a couple of points away being a third party, but the circle will shift once more. The only teams that seems to be quiet right now is going to be Seven Sky. Sisu seems to be slightly busy with KE, but it's still going to be their circle. They got the compound. Hybrid also got himself slightly elevations and a compound to work with. Now this is going to be a tough entry for GFS on the right side and VK. Aston, speaking of which, they both cancelling each other out.
Oh, but the zone might cancel all of them if they don't move. But here comes Gerald. Gerald lost that fight against Ronin. And Golden Cross, now 8 eliminations already. Wow.
Yep, climbing up, try to catch up to YG's elimination numbers up there. For Sisu, they definitely know how the rotation works for this round this time. Not being too reckless, not being too overexposed. But for Ronin, you have to pick and choose whether to stay for the fight or try to find an entry in. But the thing is, they have to make a long journey to just make it through. While VKS spotted out Rift, a slightly disadvantage when it comes to the curve of the ground. But for Amura, slowly hiking up. Rift! He whiffed. Oh, it's down to less than 1 HP.
Wow. Oh man, I was holding my breath that time. If Amura lost that one, then his point will surely go away. Oof. Now on screen, Young Radicals back in action coming from the southern side. 12 eliminations already. And they're looking for more. One of the players on the outside. And they know that there are still other teams inside of Test Track. And they move towards the outside of the circle. They don't want to miss out on opportunities to gain those elimination points. They see their target and now they're looking to grab them.
They're trying to not going straight to cut across into the circle, knowing the fact it's too risky as well. Try to yo-yo in and out and bait out the rest of the team that tried to expose their position by shooting them down. That's a smart move, by the way, but coming up from the side of Misfit International, this might be them digging their own grave. YG, are they letting them pass by freely? Oh, MSI made it through, unscathed. Oh, smooth criminal, but unfortunately, YG, the moment it picked out, it's going to be Vanex shooting from afar. This is a very long shot, and ABC at least, they lasted longer than 2-on-4 though.
Okay, so YG is still alright, but probably can't say the same for Misfit International now. Oh my goodness, what a spray by Lil Wangs there to finish off Cyan Jeffrey from Vanix. And they will be eliminated. Now we are in the top 7. At least Vanix, they scored 1 placement points as an extra bonus for them. And Young Radicals, no other team behind them inside a test track. Now they need to focus on the teams in front of them.
They're definitely hunting them down, tailing very closely to a side of Misfit International. Money pretty low when it comes to those bullets. You have to be extra careful, slightly have to be more conservative, but plenty of throwables. Unfortunately, the distance between them and VKS will not allow him to use the throwables yet. Amura baby still holding on to the airdrop. Might as well, gear up, having a level up gears to fight against this guy. Level 3 of the gears will not hold in enough. It's gonna be South K from MSI. Getting those off angle. Little Wangs. Oh, barely got enough, shredded almost entirely. His vest and his helmet. Small, on the other hand, is still licking their wounds, and MSI got a pinned down by so many teams at the same time. They are attracting unwanted, too much eyes prying to the side of MSI right now, but they managed to get a reset still.
Oh, wow. Okay, they still survive somehow. Okay, this is why this against Young Radicals. Oh, they got a bit of assistance from VKS. Lil Wangs from the side will get one. And Murnat is still alive, but can't say the same for Smile though. And it's going to be Misfit International actually stealing their point away. So they have VKS Lil Wangs to thank for that.
Somebody got to buy somebody's dinner here tonight. But when it comes to VKS, if only Amura can be rescued by Lil Wangs, it's definitely going to be a huge advantage for VKS. But unfortunately, despite they can be alive for a couple more seconds, looking at the minimap, it still feels incredibly hard for them to actually pincer themselves in.
But I'm looking at BKS now, trying to pincer Misfit International. But South was ready. And after Lil Wangs assisting him, now he will take Lil Wangs' life out. Man, this guy's savage. But they still need to move into the circle, though they are not safe inside of it yet. Same goes for Yaku Radicals. Now Myrna is the final active player for the team. I doubt he can save Cloud, so he has to let him go. They found a way into the circle. At least he will continue to survive.
Hybrid, you take it on MSI. Again, MSI seems to be slowly taken out by the teams around them. Only last player remaining. That's going to be South K. YG, say Cloud, he's screaming for help. Monet's like, no, too many eyes watching. It's quite an open plane there. Not willing to take the risk for the sake of the team's survival here. At least he will try to fight for the position rankings for the points. But for Hybrid, they do have a full squad. Same goes for Sisu and Seven Sky. They do have a better chance at getting this first chicken of the day.
They have a really good chance. You're absolutely right. Okay. There's like 5 other teams. Or make that 4 other teams now with Holy Smoke eliminated. Let's elevate out at number 6 with 3 elimination points. Looking at the north now, we have CSU just next to Hybrid. And that could be the potential next clash.
Biding their own time right now for the solo players, knowing the fact they don't have enough firepower. They have to wait out Hybrid and CSU to cancel each other out first. But who will start the first move? Genji still got himself a bit of information, but while waiting, might as well get a couple of points from afar. South K still under the radar for a lot of teams there. Left, right, center. There is somebody shooting anyways. 2 teams down at the same time. It's just a matter of milliseconds there. Unfortunately, it's going to be YG at 4th, while MSI have to back up at 5. And YG got plenty of elimination this one as well. But here comes our top 3 teams with full squad fight set for Hybrid.
Myrna still got South before he went out, so that's 1 extra point for them. Okay, I mean 15 eliminations already. Even if they go out at 4th place, it doesn't matter for them. It's okay. It's a very good haul anyway. But now it's between Hybrid International, CSU and Seven Sky for the chicken dinner. And so far CSU 10 elimination points for themselves. Interesting. Okay. And each team has their own corner now. For CSU, now that we have a good look at their position, there's a lot of open space in front, but they can still commit to the compound on the left side, and they seem to be doing so.
Speaking of compounds, how long they're willing to just stay inside for these guys? Sisu, on the other hand, they have to pick and choose their poison right now, whether to go to 7 Sky or to Hybrid. I think it's closer to Hybrid in this case right now. But problem with Sisu, it's slightly an elevation, and they divided themselves into two formation, and not the best. Slightly hard. But Hongs try to do something. What a comeback on that. Rebello's down, bleeding out. This is going to be giving them extra time to rescue Horshuan, who's in the need of help. But will they help to revive the teammate for Rebello? I think there's going to be points given to CSU. Nobody's willing to get out from those walls.
Well, if the CSU can secure this point, and he will, okay, there you go. Like what you said, nobody stole it away from the hands of CSU. That's going to be point number 11 for them. A Hybrid International. Time for them to move. And they get closer to the middle of the circle. It's going to be you there as a marker. But look at the minimap. CSU making their move, and they're going to commit towards Hybrid now.
Slightly elevations on Sisu's side. Slowly climbing down. Lucky we got barricades. The barrages here. Coming in with a lot of nades. Coming up from Hybrid side, below upwards for the tour, slightly difficult to visualize the curve of the ground, but 7 Sky, they're willing to wait. They want to be the third party, stealing away Hybrid from afar, or maybe both at the same time. But circle time, who will be unlucky? I guess the hardest one is going to be 7 Sky. Despite they got himself indoors, now they have to get out from the hiding spot. No more hide and seek for them, but for Sisu running low with his bullets, while he tried to hold on to that couple of throwables, that seems to be might be the saving grace for the team. Now you have to be very, very saving and conservative with those hand grenades, because that will be the game changer for Sisu.
But the circle doesn't favor 7 Sky though, so CSU, with the circle favoring them, well, giving them a good chance. But there's a potential that Hybrid can stop them as well. I think tag, and looks at one player from 7 Sky receives a lot of damage, but he's still alright for now. And 7 Sky trying to find the members of Hybrid. You in a critical situation. 10% of health, he should be able to heal up. He does have enough barricades, and he's back up to 80%, so he's alright for now.
Extrusion trying to find an opening here. If they can knock one down or both of them, it's gonna be sort of CSU to finally get an entry. Never mind that. It's gonna be Hybrid by, and you next 7 Sky, both eye to a side of Hybrid, and they are gone, decimated completely. Now down to our finale teams. It's gonna be a 3v4. Sisu do have a bigger advantage when it comes to the spot. 7 Sky on there, then pressured by the blue, pressured by the barrage of bullets flying over. Barely got any covers yet. Only trees and vegetations in between. Not many structures. They have to figure out how to get out.
And they have to figure out now, because we're at stage 9. Zone will close in about 5 more seconds. The closest to the blue, very equal if you ask me. You can see that 7 Sky will be pressured by the blue. The zone is closing now. And both of these teams will be forced into the center. A lot of open space here, so still could be anyone's game.
Reserved in the magazines, not doing well, but at least he's not wasting it. What a spray! It was a crispy one coming up from Pang from the off angle to 7 Sky. It's them and it's gone! It's gonna be CSU, the chicken, as our curtains opener for day number 4.
Yes, Chengqiu Dragon, CSU, locking in the chicken dinner. Man, it took them a while, but it's never too late for CSU. And with this chicken dinner, yes, last we checked they were in the middle of the overall charts, but it will further solidify them in the top 16. And as long as they can keep themselves in the top 16 for 2 weeks in a row, on average, they should be able to meet the grand finals, or the points to be in the grand finals. But this is a good chicken dinner here for CSU. Starting off in Rondo, looking for more today.
Plenty more to go. Feel like they are setting a great tone for the day, coming up from CSU, Hongs, Peng, Horshuan, and Ting. Unfortunately, they lost Ting quite early on, despite they got early recall before, but this definitely going to be MVP on the side of Hongs. I think this is arguably one of the highest damage by an individual throughout the entirety of week 1 this season. 1,000 Nova damage just by a dude. This one guy in 7 knockouts out of the 8 eliminations. That's a lot.
Wow, what's even more is his damage. Look at this, Chu. Hongs, 1,143 damage. I think no doubt that he's definitely going to be the MVP here with that amount of stats. Also, shout out to his other teammates as well who contributed, like Bang with 5 eliminations and Hoshan with his own numbers as well. But let's check out the best moments here through these highlights before we look at the score.
Two teams very close, and Sisu is on the rise here today with 16 eliminations. It is Rondo, and we are expecting plenty of eliminations just like this one. But unfortunately, Seven Sky, even though they got themselves only 8 eliminations, but still great news for them. They managed to get themselves in the top 2 just now. And VKS, what a strong performance with 13 eliminations as well as YG15. I mean, numbers pretty crazy here today.
Yeah, I know, right? We have a bunch of double digits here on our top 4. Only Seven Sky is kind of left out, but it's okay because Seven Sky, one of the bottom 4 teams, so they will take anything. And having 8 eliminations isn't too bad as well. Ending up number 3 in our top 4 teams for the Rondo match, so that's still kind of nice for Seven Sky, I would say. But the points, that's where it all matters here. Before we get on to that, we're going to celebrate our MVP this round. It's none other than Hongs with 8 eliminations and a whooping 1,143 damage.
Probably the highest by far by an individual. I think when it comes to the numbers of elimination, this might be it as well, but we're gonna wait and see and tell you up the data by end of the week because we might have more coming tomorrow. Not gonna, spoilers alert here, but when it comes to Sisu, it's so difficult for us to see them, the chickens, before, and I think this is their second chicken by far with 26 points collected in this match, ranking at number 1. At least good news, nobody's ending with a 0. Even 214 got eliminated early. They still managed to secure a 2.
Wow, and we have up to 6 teams with a double digit. We don't get that all the time, but of course this is the Rondo match, so a lot more opportunities for everybody to gain elimination points, and that's why I guess we don't see any team going out 0. So it's good for everyone. It's good for everyone, especially if you're a bottom 4 team. But where it all matters right now is the overall, and Yangon Galacticos, they are gunning for that number 1 spot. The gap between them and Hype International now is 43 points. with 5 more games to go.
It's definitely shrinking. It might be shrinking faster than we know, because right now when it comes to YG, they are on their top form. But I hope it's not going to be the same case as yesterday, where they completely almost disappeared after they're done with their Rondo run. But when it comes to the second one in place to catch up to the top 3, now Hybrid definitely on the rise as well. BKE is not playing. Terra Esport definitely in on the bench resting as well. So next lineup 214 pretty close by. So I guess they do have a bright day today when it comes to their performance, but also eyes watch out for the bottom 4, because the bottom 4, they don't want to lose the first week. If it get beneath 16 plays downwards, then if they play the same game as they place themselves the same place again in second week, it's gonna be a tough entry into the grand finals.
Yeah, totally agree about to be aware of the bottom 4 teams, right? Because they can start to get desperate. When they start to get desperate, they will do anything and everything. They might see just a small opportunity, even though they feel that, okay, we're probably not going to win this one. But if we don't do anything, we will be booted out of the PMCL as well. So, or potentially be booted out, that is. So they might just take every opportunity in front of them, and that might just disrupt the teams on top.
Speaking of disruption, when it comes to Wrangle, I don't know if you can recall, but yesterday a lot of solo players that backstabbing, a lot of teams that supposedly to have a better percentage to get a chicken in the last minute, including NGGZ Red in that lineup too. And don't forget about, OV Clay Jr. not playing, so I guess we have one playmaker that love to play solo. But when it comes to the other teams down there, especially coming out from Group E, Snooker Esports and KE seems to be the team that have more critical condition than Hybrid and 214 Pro.
Ooh, but if in case you are in a critical position when you play your PUBG Mobile X Naruto event, here's a tip from you from Vanix Esports. In the lobby, if you click Naruto Ninjas Assemble, then click Perk Exchange. In this event, you can exchange Naruto Legendary Set Crate. Okay, that's not really a tip for you to win your Naruto event games, but that's a tip for you to gain more out of this event while it still lasts.
Yep. It feels like they're running low in terms of time right now, because we might move on to a different collaboration. So make sure you guys try it as fast as you can and try to utilize whatever advice and tips and tricks coming up from pro teams. Not every day you can actually get direct advice from the pro teams. Thank you so much, PUBG Mobile and PMCL, for making this happen. But we're back to the business here. Erangel yesterday, SNK was doing A-OK, quite consistent as well when it comes to the first 2 Erangel first half of the day, getting himself twice in a row at 4th place. But KE, a very hot and cold team throughout the entirety of the week.
Yeah, and plus they made a change here in this round, right? So didn't give them the best impact. Haven't seen it yet. But if you want impact in your PUBG Mobile X Naruto event, here's another tip from you, from Sisu. Aha, the team that just got the chicken dinner. If you can't win, feel free to ask the skill. Okay, all right. I like this one. This is the best tip, right? If you can't win, feel free to ask a skilled Sisu player to help you, or CSU player to help you, or C-Swiss player. They have a longer name, obviously. But how do we ask them for help? Like, do we DM them on their socials and they will help, or you gotta give us the instructions how you do it?
I guess they are reachable with their socials. That's why they just, feel free to ask for help. But this is a very cheeky advice coming out from Sisu. So maybe you guys can ask not just for the Naruto collaboration. Maybe you can ask for more in-depth game insights as well coming out from their end. Thank you so much, Sisu team, for giving us such a great tip, which is definitely will be utilized by a lot of your fans out there.
But you know what we could utilize? A short break. So ladies and gentlemen, we'll let our teams prepare a little bit more, and we'll see you guys after this break.
Now, finally, we're gonna start off our classical map of Erangel here, and we expect actions gonna unpack itself immediately the moment they flew down from that flight. And depending on the flight path, so far we had once or twice SMB sort of circle, but not much on the northern side so far. So I'm hoping to see something, a glimpse of a northern circle be enough for me.
I know which action I'm looking forward to. Is the farm action between 214 and ABC. Let's go. And obviously we'll be having 3 Erangels, so 3 opportunities for us to see if that happens, who wins, and all those questions. So that will be answered here. Coming up next in our Erangel match, ladies and gentlemen, of course, there's no recall feature. Strategies are going to be very, very different. Points collected are also going to be very different. So let's check out Erangel.
Oh, seems like a very right-centered flight path here. Slightly down south as well, there you go. All the way from the outskirts of Lipovka down to a side of South Primorsk. I feel like I'm getting what I'm wishing for, because it's always going to be contradicting each other for the flight path and circle. And hopefully it's going to be around shooting range Sabania. I wouldn't mind Starboard Gondola's fight as well. But yeah, when it comes to the farm fight, I agree it's going to be an early clashes here. Probably going to be more than 2 teams, since this sort of flight path do favors more down south. So yeah, 214 ABC, they might have to go for that personal grudge, but they have to be extra careful. Somebody's might watching at the sidelines.
Yeah, just confirming if that's going to happen, right? So 214. With their record in farm, surely they will drop there. Then it's a question of whether ABC will still go there or not. Their color, okay, their colors are quite overlapping. Yeah, I see them there. Okay, I see them there. Okay, all right. But the only thing is that if you look at screen, they split. So not a direct drop.
It happened before. They sort of, at a truce. Got an agreement that things going nowhere with both of us taking early fights way just too early. But we do have NGGZ first contact made against the VKS. That's going to be on top of prison right now. And VKS, they got a decent amount of run just now when it comes to the Rondo map. But losing a player too early might be a bit... Well, there's going to be a...
Oh
no! Knife! Man, it's gonna be... Oh, no guns, no problem. I guess it's just gonna stab all the way. But, well, like it or not, it's still gonna be shooting games in this one. 7 Sky, I guess, is just Thanksgiving Day for them for getting 3 players out of 4 and GGZ. What just happened?
Yeah, that one was such a mess that I had to see the summary just to find out that NGGZ is down to 1 player after all that. Oh man, what just happened there? And this is one of those moments where I wish that we can see a replay of what exactly happened there. But oh man, NGGZ with only 1 player, I mean, they're close to getting into the 100-point mark, but with 1 player, this round's gonna be hard. We're still going to see a bit of farm action here between ABC and 214. But yeah, this split is far enough that looks like they won't be in contact. And it seems like 214 might not be interested to continue the fight.
Knowing the fact they got eliminated early in Rondo kind of give them extremely valuable lesson not to be driven by their emotions in this tournament. They have to keep their head straight, making sure their main focus is always going to be the objective. Maintain the top 10 position. If you compare with the ABC, they're far down that 17th place. Is it going to be worth it for them to jeopardize the position and get pushed down just for the sake of the personal grudge? And speaking of the last man standing for NGGZ, this is Red. He managed to do it before. Can he do it again? 1v3, they're double down. He might make it again. This might be it, Red. Oh! Smoke.
He just smoked Red. I was kind of hoping to see another big clutch, but he still secured the 2 points. he still secured the 2 points before he went out, so still pretty productive there. But yeah, the clutch man of NGGZ came kind of close. But Smoke, yeah, he got the best of him. Oh, but we still could see 214 versus ABC. All right, let's go.
Mix having a good start. Capo follow pursuit. Did what's with disturbing here today? What is going on, PUBG Mobile? Everybody's like getting really personal in this time around. But for 214, thanks to that ABC, they are definitely not happy about it. Not going to go for an exit, but still going to commit to the fight. I'm not sure about the decision making right now. It's going to be a 2v4, and they don't have a compound. It's quite an open space. I mean, if any points seems to be important, I think Rare possibly will not come over to go for the help.
I don't know who's going to help Zelcha now, but his M16. So far so good, but his teammate Rag has taken out. Now he's all alone, and Capo will finish him off easy together with his teammate Hades. And looks like 214 got their revenge.
Calm down everybody. Yep, they still have plenty of maps here today. It's not just a one take and we're done, move on. It's still gonna plenty of maps for the entirety of 2.5 weeks. Now back to the side of 214, great start, 4 eliminations, 7 Sky 3. I guess these two teams do love early fights. Same goes for NGGZ. NGGZ never back down from any fights. So far, when it comes to history, data shows they never sit quietly for once in any map before.
Well, now they'll be forced to stay quiet, I guess, since they are out. Yeah, it's like, oh, you don't stay quiet, you have been too noisy. Now you're out. Yeah, then,
The only way to keep them silent, perhaps.
yeah, is to eliminate them, right? Yeah. But, yeah, I guess they'll have a little bit longer break as compared to the other teams. But whether they'll be in the top 16 or not, 95 points, they are very secure. It's just a matter of what rank will they end. Just that. So, yeah, they still have games to play. Well, Yangon Radicals, they have a different objective. And I'm sure their objective is that they want to take that #1 spot. They had a good Rondo start. They just need to keep up the pace here in this Erangel.
Well, speaking of pacing, I guess now it's gonna be as calm as healing time for the players. Nothing gonna happen soon. For YG, they're being very aware regarding their surroundings. Well, I don't blame them. You having that big tunnel, that stripes that they have actually gained so far for the past few years, past few seasons, definitely well deserving. But also kind of marking yourself as a bullseye target for the other players. Feels good when you actually can take somebody of a statue like YG in the battlefield. So they have to have that carefulness coming up from YG side. But speaking of Blue Zone, GC, they're quite far themselves, over 1,000 kilometers away, and this is going to be only one man standing. I'm not sure where are the rest of Golden Cross.
And we're not sure whether he's the one in front doing the scouting work or he's the one left behind. If he's the one left behind, I think they need to check their friendship level after this. But KE doesn't want to be left behind. Actually, right, if you can't remember, they had a moment where they really didn't perform. And after a decent performance yesterday and towards the end of the day before, now they're at number 9 with 94 points. And actually, it's not bad for KE now.
Hopefully they don't drop the ball. That's all I'm asking for. I mean, being here, being like this is fine, but it's going to be quite a tricky circle. We do have Rosshawk divided between those rivers. It's going to be a lot of choke points here on. So whoever wants to entry into the northern side, this is going to be a clear pathway in. They want to take that advantage based on the flight path before, so they have the knowledge of everybody coming up from the southern side. I think that's what Vanix trying to do right now. Same goes for Hybrid. They're taking very long rotation out of Yasnaya and Pollyanna. might coming into Severny. But what's concerning, look at down south, GC, CNK, they will have to cancel each other out. The problem is they're way deep in the blue. Both teams might not winning anything at this point, perhaps, due to the blue zone.
Good news is that it's still stage 2, and based on at least Jimmy's healing utility that we can see, it's still alright. But based on position, GC is waiting, and they really want to get these points out of Snooker Esports, but they're not making quick work out of Jimmy. They only see Jimmy, but they don't see the rest. So, are they still going to wait for them to come? But knowing the information from Jimmy, I'm not sure if the rest of Snooker Esports will still come here, or they might decide to just use the right bridge instead.
Phoenix Tova is super interested. Oh, that Smokes gave away his position. Yeah, definitely they're going to go in for it. With Scar already prepped up. Jimmy running straight into the target, and that's going to be it. He did not have a clue. Renix was there standing all day long. He can do this all day long. For GC, that's going to be a bonus point for their side. But unfortunately, as ANK, I don't think the rest of the group seems to be here. Probably what he was trying to do was buying time for SNK as a whole.
Yeah, and maybe that time is bought so that they can use the right side bridge. Perhaps, because we don't see them passing by at all. Which is an okay move. Rather than sacrificing the entire team, you sacrifice one, and then 3 others survive. So let's see whether they can beat the blue or not based on their healing utilities. But normally in stage 2, they should be able to. I'm just guessing that they're using the right side bridge, because if they are still like waiting at the end of the left side bridge, then I don't think they should be wasting their time. But yeah, logically they should be at the right now. But the one that surely used the right side bridge is Yangu Gaeticos, and they have crossed, and now they are in front of Time Esports.
Romy have to decide right now whether to go away or commit to the fight. Pretty safe himself, not too far off. Hovercraft, were he willing to sacrifice it, it's not going to be an easy vehicle to find from the start. But for Dale, definitely he needs to change. That car will not last longer than a couple of seconds, and the moment he jumps or he just drives straight into 7 Sky, it's going to be a big explosion. He might just get sacrificed in it as well. But time they might get pin set between CSU, who just got himself the last chicken dinner and been performing quite strategically to the very clinical plays. But for 7 Sky, they're more of a patience is going to be their main key point for their play. They're not too hasty making decisions there.
Oh. There's definitely not a hasty decision, but a good one. 214 in school, one of my favorite places to watch, in case especially if the circle ends there. Young Gaeticos, they're taking their time. Looks like they're doing a lot of scouting work. They sent one player earlier out, from what we saw, and now Smile is keeping an eye on Misfit International, and Saycloud's on the other end. Ooh, are they having ideas now to take this fight? But they don't have full information. They probably only saw one, but they're not sure on where the other members of Misfit International are at. So to commit onto one, they're really calculating their risk now, and maybe Romeo might commit to that one. Oh, nice shot.
Have you been debate? The whole YG, they're surrounding that one particular player, but I'm surprised MSI is not responding to that. Instead, they're just going to pull away. I thought they're going to go for it. Might as well just, you know, try to set it as a trap. They do have those elevations. I guess they're being a bit too careful, not knowing YG's position and information. That's definitely going to be the big reason why they're not making a response to their teammate. But for YG, yes, it's going to be the break of their zeros. VKS now coming for time. Oh, it's going to be during their migration to the circle, just around the edge as well. 1v1. Just going to be in between the vehicles here. Amora, no surprise anymore. Dale taken out. It's super important time to actually have Dale. But unfortunately, taking out their key player seems to be very impactful. They have to bow out quite early if they're not being, trying to be extra careful with the positions for the next couple of seconds, because they are in the middle of the crossfire for a lot of teams here.
And at the same time, I noticed that KE got one for themselves. Now, Yangon Galacticos is also in a fight. But no further follow-up. Maybe that's a long-range elimination. But we get an updated circle, so we get an idea of where the teams are now. Potentially School, it's in the middle of the circle. Let's see where will it go. And, oh, School it is. But Yangon Galacticos confirmed lost another player. Or at least lost their first player. So a trio it is for them. But I think a lot of teams are considering to enter School now.
3 or 4 teams stacked up in the same building of multiple levels there. Time Wacko just driving straight into the death bat at this point. There's too many eyes watching. It's hard to watch this one. Time losing their members, losing their HP, losing their vehicles. Can Hash make it in time? Hybrid just arriving as 1-2-1-4. Kappa going against MSI, while KE now taking time out for time. Oh, down to last man standing. Here comes Nate. Oh, there's no ending to this suffering for time. Wacko. Can he hold his ground just for the sake of survival here? Oh.
Well, the good news for him is that nobody's sharing the same building. But the bad news for Misfit International is that they got eliminated without any points at all this round. And I'm looking at the elimination feed, 2-1-4 getting in action as well. And that's going to be Hades securing another one for the team. Wang's eliminated 8 already for 2-1-4. Wow. They're definitely on the roll here. Snooker Esports charging themselves. Probably going to go to School directly. U-Sports are one player from 7 Sky. Maybe they'll be able to get the second one. Oh man. He parks like that on the open, and that will be an easy target for Hybrid Esports.
They've been waiting here for the longest. Might as well make use of it. 7 Sky, unfortunately, follow the steps of the teams prior to them that eliminated exactly at the same spot. But for Hybrid, they'll be surrounded left, right, and center with bullets flying over those windows. Couldn't even peek down at this point. Ryujin spotted out as NK within the smoke, but Ryujin, they need to do a regroup, a bit of a huddle, just to discuss what to do next. Whether to go up towards the rooftop and got themselves quite a view, or just got over the very low grounds, the basement, trying to defend from being bridged in by the other teams. But this is quite a very concentrated School right now. Everybody loves going to School, I guess.
Yeah, back to School it is. I was just looking at the minimap from the previous screen. We have at least 8 teams on the minimap itself. That is crazy here. Oh, but we have stage 5 coming up soon, and there's still a big chance that the circle will be centered around School after this. And if it's going to be the case, then we can expect those teams on the outside to just try to charge into School and try to take a corner inside of this School apartment. And Yangon Galacticos taking it step by step. They just tagged Ronin from GC. No elimination yet. And last we checked, they came from the southern side. So maybe they're going to come from the high ground of the School area to come in since GC was there.
Yeah. Definitely they're losing a lot of limbs there for GC. YG, the moment they start to hunt, the other teams start to be aware about the movement. They will not stop bulldozing people the moment they start. Guess that's going to be the motto for YG, but it's going to be circle time. It will be right on top of School. Yes, it will be, but it will be divided into 3 or 4 parts here. GFS still inside of a circle. Good news, nobody coming up from the northern side, so they're pretty clear themselves. Same goes for Vanix and Sisu. But south, on top of School, this is where the action's happening right now. GC, they hardly can enter from any side of the circle. And worst case scenario, the more they wait, the more YG start to closing the distance. They have to prepare themselves for fights now.
Oh, and even KE putting long-range pressure onto GC. The good news is that GC, they have this high ground. There's a small shack there for them to take refuge. But like what you said, right? So Yangon Galacticos might come up behind them. And hopefully they'll have enough cover to just focus on the Yangon Galacticos. So they are passing by. But YG, they will not commit onto the high ground. They will circle all the way around and they're going to target into the school compound.
Ooh, they're just so well versed with this map. They know exactly the rotation and the direction to go into it. And they managed to breach in, but it's gonna be just Say Cloud. The rest of YG got stuck during the process of migrating. But Say Cloud, this is gonna be a 1v3 against KE. Yes, they are a great team for YG, but is this even possible to play the stag game between 3 players? I don't think so.
It was tough, right? Yeah. I mean, KE had this place locked in. And because of that now, Young goes down to only 1 player. Smile did not make it past the rotation. And that one last player is still on the outside. That's going to be Romeo. Creates a smoke bridge. Trying to hike up to the high ground to get into the circle at least. But not much space for him to play with. And the zone will be closing behind him as well. And he's out of smokes too. And KE, they want to make sure that they get Romeo to secure another elimination point. It's so difficult for Romeo. It's probably just a matter of time now.
Still surviving, barely. Try to make use of smoke as much as he can. No more smoke's grenade on Romeo. It's going to be an issue for him to at least try to survive. Now going back, they should have cut across GC completely straight.
Ooh.
I guess the rotation was not wrong, but it's just timing-wise, slightly delayed and lagged back with the rest of the team just now. If only they all follow Say Cloud at the same time, probably going to be perfect. Well, alive and survive by now. But for Romeo, it's going to be a very tough game for him to survive as long as he can, because there's still plenty of teams alive.
Yeah, but I'm still impressed the fact that he could find a small entry point. Okay, now it's about getting into the circle, but man, the only problem right now is GC. Will he be able to find another small area? I don't know about this one. GC would have heard the footsteps. Okay, there you go. They heard him. And Romeo now is down to 40% of health. He has to move forward, no choice left. And Renix Stova will eliminate the final player of Yangon Galacticos.
Well, it is what it is. At least they can prepare themselves for the next Erangel run. But we do have Hybrid on the rise right now, taking the 3rd spot, possibly soon. Or already in, but Hybrid, they're only down to probably 3 players, and their 4th seems to be eliminated. VKS, and there's one more team just now. I think it was SNK that got eliminated. That was a quick elimination down there by 214. And I think 214, they're definitely in a roll right now. They doubled down their performance, and look at the numbers, almost hitting 10 eliminations. And mind you, this is not Rondo, this is Erangel that we are talking about.
Yeah, I know, right? And yet they're still able to do so well. But this circle, I am looking at, okay, if one more stage KE gets it, oh man, the school compound is going to be their fortress. And the school apartment area is going to be messy. Look at the amount of teams there. But on the outside, we have Chakro, Knockdown. Even CSU is still on the outside, and they have a road to cross, so that's going to be a bit of a challenge for them. They're creating that smoke bridge. We are now looking at the school apartment and teams starting to come in, and Goodfellas, one of them managed to breach through. And next is going to be CSU trying their luck. Master D2K spraying across, and now he has to split between Goodfellas and CSU, and he will get chins.
Master G2K, I love the fact that he's not being too greedy, did not divert his attention where Hoa Xuan was trying to bait his vision for a bit just now. He was doing it so well with the swing, but it's gonna be Vanix on the other end. They're actually putting a lot of work, and it's KE Master G2K. That's nasty. Sealing away all the hard work, and Vanix just gonna crash into Sisu. They're barely alive, and now they're gone. There's just been smothered by this team's left, right, center. There's no room for the smoke. And there's the nade. There was Davan. KE, finally some actions.
Oh, nice nade there by Davan. Hoping to secure the elimination point. Not able to land a second one. But they also had to pick up Campus. It shouldn't be a problem. He's inside the building. But oh no! GC got Campus, what? From the outside? Okay, that's interesting. And now KE with only 2 players, they have to defend the school compound. especially from Vanix now. Because Vanix can breeze through. It's probably just a matter of time. Lord now looting up his fallen teammates. And when they go in, that's where KE will need to be really, really ready to defend.
It's all about circle time when it comes to PUBG Mobile. No matter how great that fortress you actually have as your compound, if it's not in the circle, like, you have to jump it out. And this is going to be the worst case scenario if the last circle is just around the corner of this area. But for Master D to make use of what they have, I'm surprised. Is there no boxes laying around for him? He's pretty low with his ammunition right now. His ammo's just almost completely dry. He needs to get some of it right now.
Let's see how much he will need it now. Okay, he still has the circle, so that's fine. Oh, but I'm also looking at the school apartment. Okay, but now we only have like 2 teams there. Well, maybe 3, including Wako. A lot of teams concentrated on the school compound area. GC, they still have 1 player on the high ground, which is Kim. But they send Renix Tova to breach through inside of the school compound area. And Vanix is heading towards the direction of Renix Tova. Probably don't know that he's still there. Or maybe they do, not sure. It depends on whether they hear the footstep or not. Looking at their current, how they move, maybe they do. Okay, they're really taking their time here.
Marcus and Lotzi trying to work things out. There's a lot of sharp corners you have to turn to. Jeffrey. Oh, Renix is in trouble. This trajectory seems to be slowly closing in. It's getting even closer now, but oh, Renix is going to respond to this. Go ahead, not just yet, but it's 2-1-4. They're not slowing down. Calm down, man. It's going to be GFS down to the last man standing, and unfortunately, GFS has no elimination point yet. This is going to hurt the overall rankings by end of this run. But good news, at least a couple of points when it comes to the position ranking, though. But for Vanix, that it took a lot of people, a whole village of Vanix, just to focus at the one last player of Golden Cross. Did not making it easy. He's not making it easy, but Chewy starting some action. KE in trouble now.
Yeah, that one needs to pick up his teammate. Okay, but looks like he'll be able to. But we're going to shift our attention towards the school apartment area. Oh, we're back onto school compound. Okay, Chewy, right in front of Davan. They're probably going to clash soon. Davan just buying time for Master D2K. Okay, he's healed up now. Let's see if Davan will be able to eliminate his opponent. But Wako doing wonders on the other side. Oh man, Davan saw Wako, man. Davan. How do you put Wako there? And now we're in the other fight, which is Vanix and GC.
Okay, man, Renix trying to work out his duo. Has to swing it big. Playing hide and seek and peekaboo, but Jeffrey, I see you, and it's going to be Lord Z. While the duo coming up from Vanix seems to be well synchronized right now when it comes to the comms. But for Vanix, they're down to 3 players, 2-on-4. On the other hand, not showing they are scared of anything. Hybrid, they're caught off guard by these guys. They didn't even think twice getting into the window just now with that blue zone closing in. Hades has got pretty low himself. Wait, one swing!
What?
Not gonna be enough. CO2, they are fighting back for 2-1-4. Slowly but surely for Hybrid, they are holding their grounds against 2-1-4, who's tried to decimate every single pixel in front of them. But for Capo, bleeding out, there's no way 2-1-4 can try to reach out to that. Try to get into the... Wait a second! You!
Wow, that was creative movement by him to be able to get that one knock. Now he has to escape. The blue is behind. This is stage 8 blue. You don't want to spend even a second inside of it. And there goes Mix. Chewy is eliminated as well. There goes Goodfellas, number 6, without a single elimination point. Only play some points that they will receive. And Marco's got him. Now Hybrid only down to 2. It's going to be Genji and his teammate here. And they're still out in the open.
Oh, this is going to be tough for Kim. Yep, at least he got himself another point. Cheeky. 2-1-4, despite not getting himself the top 4, but it's plenty of eliminations there. For Jeffrey, for our Master B2K, for KE. Davan, the last man standing, the IGL himself has to bear the responsibility. It's quick eyes coming up from Genji and Hybrid. They definitely have plenty of information by scouting and found by Kim. Oh, he got it just in the nick of time.
Before any other team might steal it away. But now KE, they're forced to leave the comfort of school compound. They have to clear off Vanix first. Vanix protected by the smoke. At the same time, on the left side, Hybrid is there. And Davan, you will get it. Okay, this zone right now. He has to do it quick. Lock in that elimination point. 8 right now for KE. Now Davan navigating around the smoke, looking for the next target. He is going out into the blue. And his teammates taking damage at the same time. Davan will be knocked down. And from the other side, all of a sudden, you blink and you miss it, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be Hybrid Esports with the chicken dinner.
It's a matter of between second and third place who went down first, Vix and KE, but that was such a bold move coming up from Davan. He took his chances, knowing there's no more time left. The circle just not on their side for the last one. The Blues are coming in from the back, so he took his chances. Almost got it for the points, but definitely scores a couple of points in the very last minute. But for Hybrid, I mean, there's too many fights across the entirety of the map, but Hybrid, they will come. They're preserving themselves for the very last minute to pop themselves as a chicken in a very strategic and very patient. But in the meantime, they did score plenty of eliminations as well, being a third party. I think most of it, yes, 9 eliminations out of that.
Yeah, 9 eliminations, chicken dinner, that's 19 points for Hybrid Esports. Very, very well done. I mean, it was hard to navigate the school apartment as well because there were so many teams there at some point, and yet they are able to come out, they survive, they got a few good moves in between as well, especially from you, from what we saw on screen there. And because of that, they also secured 1 extra elimination point too. So great work here by Hybrid Esports. I must say, this is a very, very tough round for them. Not easy at all, but they're still able to come out on top, bringing this chicken dinner back, and this will further solidify them in the top 16. Let's check out the best moments here through the highlights.
Wasn't the cleanest, but it's definitely entertaining to watch. KE and 214, they both ended up with 11 eliminations, but despite of that, KE have a better timing when it comes to getting the top 3. Just now they got better when it comes to the ranking points. But trouble wise, they get pretty much average. for the hand grenades in the teens for most of the team, 20s around there for the smokes, and I guess mollies slightly difficult to find within the map. But for VIX, they definitely have a better run compared to yesterday, now slowly building up momentum, but this definitely will impact the overall score later on. I think this is time the limelight will be onto you. He's deserving of this. We've seen he got plenty of good clutches and he aced his game, but unfortunately it's just so difficult for Hybrid to score chicken yesterday to get this MVP, and they are quite consistent today so far.
Thank you. I would like to thank my goldfish, my cat, my mom. Oh wait, not me. Okay, it's you. Oh wow. Okay, that's a bad one. I try. Anyway,
It's okay. I support you, brother.
Oh,
I get
wow.
it.
yeah, I support you too to score the chicken dinner. But we have 5 teams. Okay, if it's in the Rondo match, I get it. But in a Erangel match, to get 5 teams to score double-digit total points, that's actually kind of nice. But on the other end, not so nice for Misfit International and ABC. Yeah, too bad for them. They lost the fight against 214. No points for the both of these teams.
It was a difficult rotation when it comes to the stage 4 migration there. I wouldn't deny that the circle is just one direction upwards for a lot of teams. But at least it's still not far off. For YG, nobody else is challenging, but definitely Hybrid catching up now. It's just a matter of time, 8 points different. But when it comes to the chicken, you have to give it Hybrid, OV, Hive. They are the 3 teams getting the 3 chickens, while YG having the least amount but managed to maintain at number 3 despite they got out early just now due to their rotation. But I still want to see when it comes to the bottom 4 teams. But we gotta wait and see for the overall rankings later on, because right now we're heading into the last Erangel map, and not the last, sorry for that, the first half of Erangel map before the extended break. But before we get into the extended break, we want to try check out this short break first. See you guys after this.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, looks like we are ready to get into Erangel again. So as usual, I personally want to see the farm fight. And those two teams, ABC and 214, are still going at it. Well, let's see how we're going to get it again. Of course, it depends on the fight path, but what we learned is that the fight path will still bring them together. We'll just enjoy that fight again later.
The grudges aside, I think it's just really the flight path not making it easy for the players of the circle to really have to heavily dependent on the flight path plus where the circle would be. So I guess it's so hard to predict the season circle. We don't have any same circle except for Rondo. Yesterday and today is very similar, but when it comes to Wrangle, there are a lot of classical circles that we haven't seen for some time. But let's get into it right now.
Oh man, here we go. Okay, this is going to be the Erangel before the extended break. So if any team goes out early, then it's going to be a longer break for them. Now, based on the flight path, we are going to get a farm as one of the potential direct drop spots. So I am still looking at ABC and 214. The potential clash again. The El Clasico clash by now. That might happen.
Personally, I think 214 they step up and just be the better person here because, yeah, they did actually fight before, but they know the moment they did not take the bait to go against ABC. It's just a huge jump coming up for their points here, so fingers crossed, wait and see. But coming up, 7 Sky to drop himself early. We do have North down to South Jog for entirety of it taken by CSU. GC's. Oh, they are the ones that's really in the need of points. Same goes for Elevate. Elevate really having a hard time here today. I'm not even gonna sugarcoat that one. But it's gonna be the usual fight on top farm. But this time we do have MSI hovering around just across Milta. I guess YG gonna have Nova Rupnoya. Now this time it's gonna be Yasnar Pliano, or I'm hoping for Stalbo, of course.
There is a potential that it goes all the way up there. We'll probably get a better idea after stage number 2. But we are getting in somewhat of an idea now that for sure 214 and ABC is going to clash and farm. Here comes the El Clasico again. But okay, earlier they started off like having, even though they drop in farm, they both drop in farm, but the split is there. It kind of looks like the split is even bigger now, except for one player from 214 and another player from ABC. So they're locked in the same compound area where majority of the players of ABC are at. So 214 will need to come and back up Ryujin.
Sort of that. I think Ryujin possibly just monitor the situation, giving as much information to 1-4 as much as he can. Not overstepping the boundaries, of course. But ABC, they're not happy being watched over by one player here. He needs to find an exit out. He knows he's being chased. Straight away climbing the walls. Nope, you're not gonna get me today. Not today, but Ryujin. I don't know how you're gonna survive this, though.
And I'm also looking at Rare. He actually went behind Ryujin. He can't find a good angle. Ryujin lobs a nade inside. Can he get it? Oh, Zero takes a lot of damage, but the rest of 214, they're on their way now.
Rare. Gonna be picked up yet. Ryujin just biding his time, baiting these guys to actually take the hook. He barely got enough himself. Ring around the roses, here we go. I can see you, but we can't shoot each other at this point. The wall is just huge for them. The biggest divider. But Ryujin! And an off angle coming up from the side of 214 to play it smarter than ABC right now. Unfortunately, ABC, I feel like they've been driven emotionally at this point. Not trying to work around the walls and get those off angles working. But for Ryujin, he got all time to do this. He can do this all day.
Yeah, and the longer Ryujin buys time, actually 2-1-4 they have the advantage because they have a full team. And Rare is now still bleeding out. Zero takes a lot of damage. Ryujin is not in a hurry. The rest of 2-1-4, they can still come. They just need to find a good angle to come into this compound. So now ABC, they can't even go out to get Ryujin because the moment they step out, then Ryujin's backup can shoot them down.
Oh boy. It's just about the jumping game here. Who gets to jump higher? Who got better hamstrings at the end of the day? Better hit the gym for the boys. But for Hades, finally after that long confrontation of the wall, they finally get their first blood in. But for Ryujin, it's no problem for them to save him. Hades just arrived.
Yeah, same situation, right? Like Hades can pick up Ryujin, but ABC, it's hard for them to do much. Okay, if they step out, then they'll get countered. Okay, there you go. Zheljie goes down. Zero is kind of low as well. Hades is low on ammunition, but he does have backup behind. Let's not forget about that. And Hades will be going for it. Oh, but he lost that 1v1. Oh no, could this be bad for 2-1-4? Could they drop the ball here? And looks like 2-1-4, they did drop the ball. Oh my goodness, ABC made a comeback.
Is it worth it for 2-1-4 really dropping the numbers here when it comes to the top 10? If they keep this going, they are the one actually in a total loss. Despite winning or losing against ABC, of course. Yes, there might chances they get the points, but they got eliminated too early 3 times by now. Just to fight against a team that not really a competition where they're standing here when it comes to those points. So 2-1-4, they have to reflect the situation, whether it's worth it to commit against ABC. I guess things get really personal between these two teams right now.
Yeah, hence we can expect the following maps that they will still meet again. And that's where the fun is. So my prediction, well our predictions technically for chicken dinners, but yeah, on purpose I put these two teams just for the fun of it. It's 1-1 now. Not really 1-1 if you count the Rondo. ABC actually won that one, so it's 2-1 for ABC today. Okay, we'll keep track on that today.
We do have Elevate on top Stalver quite early this time. I think they try to play center of a circle instead of playing around the edge of it and try to change a bit of their tempo, get into the safe zone as fast as they can, knowing the center of the circle rarely seems to be the busiest part when it comes to this lobby. A lot of them will play more towards the edges of the circle and over slightly outside of the circle. So I think that's actually a good strategy coming up from Elevate, knowing that they are in critical need of points. They try to revise what needed to be done based on the current situation on the fly.
I'm looking at the current situation of some of the other teams too. Looks like we're gonna have a bit of a chill round, maybe because the circle is also a kind of nice circle. Main Peninsula, lots of land. YG taking their time. They normally drop in Novo. I believe they didn't drop their, they didn't change their drop spot. So looks like they're gonna take a while to get in. KE is taking their time as well, a team that did fairly well in the previous round. But I'm not too, okay, by now, right, I'm not too worried about the teams at the top. I'll be like, okay, fine. Yeah, you get more head start points potentially later on. I'll be more worried for the teams at the bottom 4 now. And GC is the one spending time in the blue. ABC, obviously, they were stalled by 2-1-4. But now that we have a good view of the map, Southern side will have an easy entry point. That's okay. But looks like we're not going to get your Starboard this time, Chu. Maybe next round.
Oh, urban warfare. Not a big fan of this. Especially a sniper and there's so many buildings in between. Everybody gonna hug into one corner, just wait things out. I've seen that happen before. Might ended up on top of stage 9. So we get to see who's actually winning a chicken dinner. We get to see who's finally get the most chicken and in eliminations. But I guess the swarm of players start to move to Yes9 Poliana at the moment circle shifted in. But coming up very far down south, KE and GC. Now, we talked about KE. They have better performance, of course, compared to the first few days. But if they're coming in too late, I mean, yeah, it's still stage 2. But the moment they try to get into the circle, it might be already stage 4. Because they might get hauled up by GC. And another team that actually went out quite early before, NGGZ. They had their ups and downs. They got plenty of flashy plays, especially red. But they are in the center. Now they're attracting too many unwanted eyes prying.
When I see NGGZ, I'm reminded of the previous round that they went out early. Now with 2 players knocked. Okay, it's long range. So if anything major would happen to them, CSU needs to push. But they're also not taking that risk. They know that there's a lot of open space. And that spot is not too bad. Looks like they're not going to take that risk for now. Instead, Lord got hongs. So now, whatever it is, they will be stalled. They will wait. They will focus on the reset first.
Quite far for Ting from the rest of the team now. Shots coming in from windows. VKS just arrived. Vanex is there. Everybody wants to get a bit of the houses for themselves. It will be occupied soon enough on top of Yes9 Poliana, but they are teams that really don't like to play close quarter combat. Surprisingly, it's going to be Vanex Esports because they surprised me a lot. They wowed me. Their first round of map where they really extremely phenomenal with the run of indoors fight. But this time they are electing themselves to play the open fields instead of playing indoors, because when it comes to Yes9 Poliana, that sort of circle, it's actually better to play outside of the town to get more views, to get more information. You get to see all the bullets and all the hand grenades flying over the other side of a building. Whilst if you're playing indoors, you barely can get any information. It's quite difficult to rotate in and out of the building as well if the circle seems to be shifting. But speaking of circle shifting, definitely not going to be the urban warfare. I'm glad they're just completely out of the question now.
Whew. Yeah. Me 3, me 4, me 5. But NGGZ would have liked that though. But at least they still have this circle, so they can still take their time to kind of decide on when will they make their move outside of Yasnaya. A lot of teams coming from the southern side. We have KE there, we have Vanix, GC really taking their time. I guess why GC is taking their time is because they wanted to wait on the left side bridge to see if they can get any exit frags or something like that. But yeah, didn't get anything yet. But what we're getting right now is going to be VKS getting 1 player out of ABC. And they should be able to secure this elimination point by eliminating Moang.
Pretty straightforward for VKS. It's going to be Vin also as a trade in the process of them getting to where they are right now for VKS. But ABC, that's going to be his last man standing. He's waiting for the inevitable right now. YG spotting him out. Another explosion. Let's try to heal himself back up, going for the rare room at the back. I think Romeo knows exactly where to look for. Overpicking VKS. They're very punishing indeed. I think there's somebody else behind YG as well, not just VKS across the other side of the building. No. It's a bit too open space for Romeo to overpick like that.
Yeah, and by now, there are also a lot of other teams around as well. So you got to be careful of the windows. Somebody might be aiming down those windows, waiting for an opportunity. MSI must be thinking the same as well. They are around the area of Mansion 2, right beside YG. Yeah, I see Nate's being cooked up. Oh, it's YG defending against ABC. Oh, that's the final player of ABC 0. And he's out. So ABC, well, they got all 4 points by eliminating their arch rivals 214. And that's all they will take home this round.
Pretty much. For ABC in 214, they really need to do some reflection regarding how they want to play Wrangle by now. You reap what you sow. For both of them went down quite early. Is it worth it for 2-1-4 investing too much time against ABC? That's the question here. Great if they're winning, but is it worth it at the risk of where they got eliminated early? But when it comes to being very careful and not getting things personal, it's going to be Sisu and Vanix, of course, coming down to its upwards from the southwest side. Circle shrink, and it's going to be an open field, but slightly a bump of hills in between where Misfits International's at. They got themselves quite a vantage view, slightly elevated there compared to the others, but Sisu got charged in by Vanix from the flat field plain area. Now coming into for the compounds, things down on the ground. Jeriel, Gordon, Jaffrey, a bit of trade-off, and GGZ butting into the business as well. Well, Hongs, not doing so well for Sisu, but it seems like they are in the same boat for both teams, 2v2.
Ooh, and this compound fight's on the outside of the circle, so he has to be done quickly. Lord will be tagged by Hongs. CSU doing so far okay, and things should be able to be saved. And they're trying to get Marcus. Marcus driving away. Smoke is blinding Hongs though. A bit too late there, but it's okay. He's still able to secure the point out of Lord. That's going to be 3 elimination points now for them. Oh, but Marcus didn't make it. And Gerald got him instead. That is Vanix out. No points this time.
Making it difficult for both teams to have their own confrontation, and GGZ seems to be taking the fight quite a long distance at first and closing in with the moment they got themselves busy for both teams. But we're not done yet. Elevate next is going to be against SNK, and we have third party once more. It's going to be GT around the corner, but SNK and Elevate both licking their wounds, and it feels like both teams might losing it big time. Can GC come in right now? Are they an opportunist team or not? They are coming.
It's going to be a big party here because Snooker Esports wants to join, and Delta rushed in, but from behind it's Hybrid that got Delta. And Snooker Esports, no points at all for them this round. Elevate is still in this fight. Navigating around the smoke, Riggs will be taken out. And Holy Smoke on the second floor, the final player for Elevate. Let's have a trusting nade here. Lobs it onto the ground floor, but nobody's home.
Oh no, not like that. How did you? What? That's slightly delayed response, to be honest, coming up from Renix. GC, they almost botched that one out. They were rubbing shoulders just now for both players. I'm surprised that he knows the rest of the team went down just now, but I'm surprised it took him slightly a bit longer to realize that's not his friend. But on the side of YG, there's going to be KE for their next target. Now we talked about KE ups and downs. Now they're doing great, but there's going to be more than one team they have to deal with. It's going to be a 3-way fight for KE.
I was kind of holding my breath for Davan earlier. Lucky enough for him, he's able to get into the building safe and sound. But for CSU, man, they are having a very busy day. Now it's going to be NGGZ coming towards him. Oh, but Davan didn't last that long. Smile eliminated him. NGGZ now looking to take over this compound area. Okay, and one of the players of CSU, Peng, is currently down, so that is an advantage for NGGZ if they were to come in. Waiting for Red. Red is still all the way outside of Yasnaya. We're going to get a circle update soon. And whether this area will be still in the circle, we'll find out right now. Not really. This fight has to end.
Last man standing for Sisu. Solo players, MSI and Sisu. Hongs and Avi and GGZ, they're really making it difficult for the players that are playing at the edge of the circle. They make it a slightly later rotation, but definitely perfect timing by Avi. Oh, what a sleek guy. Just under the noses of NGGZ, he stole it away. Wiping off the smile of their faces right now. Avi now have to face their wrath. They're definitely hunting him down. Look at the movement coming up from the side of NGGZ. They will try to find even inside of a wormhole to get this one guy out.
Yeah, because they want to claim back what they lost. It's like, hey, that's supposed to be our elimination. Now you're going to pay for it with your own. And Avi at the other corner. And these two teams, they know each other very well. Both of them from PMCL. So it's definitely not the first time that they meet each other. But can FV pull off a big clutch here? We're talking about clutching NGGZ, who has their own clutch master, Red. But Red is still taking a cautious approach. He wants to still try to land a nade, but the rest of them are saying like, okay, let's not waste any more time. He's only one person. Let's just go for it.
Look at that. Oh, they're digging. They're really digging it deep just to find that one player that really stole their points. That one single point holding so much sentimental value on the side of NGGZ. Here it comes, but it's going to be worth it for them to find this one troublemaker. If not, FV can make it even more, and that's going to be minor. I thought it's going to be another third party coming up, but KE, like you mentioned, you still have to hold your breath here, Cloud, because Davan Nowhere here has gone down to only escape left for KE.
And he's not going to escape here. He still wants to fight, and he has to fight though. He gets Romeo. Okay, that could be a start to something big. But Yaku Gaideko says no, and KE is eliminated.
Shots coming up from afar. Three-way fight, is it for Hybrid? GC behind them. They are pincered down. It's going to be trouble brewing for, in this case, Hybrid. Now, can they bounce back from this? Can they retaliate? Can they actually try to shut down at least one side of the compound? There's also VKS right across them as well. There's too many eyes at the same time. Cannot even open the door. But time, they had enough. They rushed in and they finished off. That was a quick cleanup.
That was really, really fast, no doubt. But good that they did it fast because, okay, one thing they are in the circle, that's okay, right? But they still need to manage the road that's in front of them. So it's good that they made it fast so that they can plan their next routes right after. And while they are planning, check out what's happening here with the Hybrid Esports, the team that just scored a chicken dinner. Well, okay, so it's Sky, a beautiful name by you!
What a Kobe. Go time. Genji, unfortunately, he didn't check all the corners and got taken out from the sidelines instead. Those off angles, nobody's watching for Hybrid. They weren't aware they are in the middle of a sandwich situation here. Quite sticky. But Bai still stands. He tried to rescue for the rest of the team, try to make a comeback. But GC, they are taking advantage. Seven Skies just watching from the side. High is all in high time now. It's go time. He's waiting. You still try to buy time for Bai to reach out to Genji, but Seven Sky, well, he tried. He really tried. He was a solo player.
Yeah, it was tough for him anyway. But it's going to be tough for Hybrid now. Now that Genji's out. And Hybrid down to you and Bai. Is it going to be you saying bye? Oh, wait. Time Esports wants to join the party too. Let's go.
It's going to be YG also joining in. Hybrid. Demingham down. This is just cornered to the max. But down to last man standing. GC. Oh boy, Hybrid, they were not just licking their wounds were still widely open. Where the third party coming up from YG. Quite a distance still, but they were still painful enough. Nobody wants to be in the receiving end, but we have VKS now in the go, and they are taking part of this party as well. Everybody seems to be at the same place now.
Okay, nobody wants to lose out on elimination opportunities. Everybody just wants to go and accept the RSVP and attend the party here. And time, they have to accept the fact that it's only DOS now with only 10% of health. He managed to heal up to 80%. GC not taking advantage of that situation yet. Instead, Kim is going to pick up his teammate, Crazying. And not only VKS, but Yaku Gaidekos is also looking through the window. They found Miner and they will eliminate that NGGZ player.
GC, at least good news for GC, despite they only have 2 players there. They got plenty of boxes to reloot themselves, resupply the resources as well. But VKS, how long they're willing to wait in the woods? Now, it seems like everybody pulled out from the building just now. YG picking up the trails of NGGZ, following them very closely behind. I think that's huge information coming from Manet. That's going to be huge, impactful information. Now they're divided themselves into 2 sides for YG. 4 man well alive. The only team with a full squad right now. Now, full set of NGGZ being spotted out. Will they deal with NGGZ first or divide themselves into two sides? VKS in trouble as well. Smile got himself a big gun.
He definitely has big guns. And I know that for sure. Yangu Galacticos, they're looking for the big one here. And a few of them charging towards the middle. And they're going to face off against VKS first. And Romeo, not able to land his nade, that's okay. They shoot VKS to the back. But at the same time, they saw Jaro. Oh man, and GGZ as well. So it looks like Yangu Galacticos managing two teams at the same time. And while that, the circle will shift again. Stage 7. Will it be a hardship circle? Not really, but it favors Yangu Galacticos.
They're not dealing with two teams at the same time. They're dealing with three teams at the same time. Look at it. 1-2-1 formation. Say Cloud is watching a close eye towards GC at the back. The other two with then GGZ. And at the same time, VKS. Well, they have one cover fire at the back line there. There's just... YG seems to be having a full control of this circle. These guys, they barely can make a step in there, despite they have plenty more different teams across the other side of YG.
Exactly, right? And GGZ, they try as they might to get into the circle, but look at how difficult it is. If it's not YG, it's going to be VKS. But at least Red Mr. Clutchman got Amura. That's going to be a saving grace for NGGZ. At least they have space to move in. They got M-Hop at the same time, though M-Hop got MM, but it's okay. They can still reset, but they need to deal with the final player of VKS. Lil Wax is still there. He gets Jaro. That's a big fight. And it's still not over yet. We still have Red on the outside of the circle.
Spoilers alert, it's going to be YG's chicken here. Based on nobody's watching them at all at this point. This is free win and a free chicken dinner for YG. While these guys busy try to cancel each other out, the one that's laughing at the sidelines definitely going to be YG. GC, VKS and GGZ seems to be confused which one to focus on first, and that way they've given so many good openings for YG to just take them down from afar. They don't even have to do a lot of work for YG at this point.
Well, at least Romeo has to do a bit of work here against Red. Oh man, I like how Romeo is actually the distractor. And the moment he stood up to shoot Romeo, Marna got him. Man, that was really sneaky by YG. Now, two more other teams for YG to take care of before locking in the chicken dinner, unless somebody is able to come up with a big clutch against the PMWC champions.
Hop. I can see the confusion there. He's not sure which angle to toss. There's so many teams. But there's going to be GC also taken out. But GC this time, what a great run. 10 eliminations out of that. That's plenty. I think that's going to be the most of the elimination run so far. But that's straightforward. Yep, with a hovercraft, not breaking in sweat. I say it out loud. They're not going to make a lot of work to make that happen for their chicken. And they got plenty of eliminations by just looking at all the other teams hitting each other hard. But the one that taking all the fruit, it's gonna be YG.
And as a big bonus, they didn't lose a single player. No points given away to any other team. So from a fairly early elimination in the previous round, now they come back strong with a chicken dinner, and definitely they will edge closer to the top right now, especially with the fact that Hive International is not playing today. And to confirm the amount of eliminations, it is 11 eliminations this time. With that chicken dinner, it is 21 points for Yangon Galacticos.
0 damage by Say Cloud. I guess he's the one fading off information from the off angles. Marv definitely took a lot of damage as a front line, but Monet and Romeo, such a great cover fire from the back and also from certain weird positions as well for Romeo. He loved to go towards these awkward angles and waiting things out, but well, they played patience. They played it well for YG. Let's rewatch what really happened in that Wrangle map just now.
Well, Yangon Galacticos. Both of us got our prediction right, by the way, so we both have to claim that one. Of course, with the 11 eliminations and the chicken dinner, they are at number 1, followed by Golden Cross, a team that's at the bottom 4. So that's also a spot that we want to keep an eye on. This time doing so far so good, bringing in 10 elimination points, and they are at second place in our top 4 teams. And we have VKS as well with 7 eliminations, at NGGZ. Even though it was difficult for them to get into the circle towards the end, but they're still able to pick up 9 eliminations along the way, and they are still proving that they are a team that is still rather consistent. But at this time, we're going to award MVP to Romeo.
He actually plays a very good bait just now coming up from Romeo, and I love the fact that YG, they know how to make sure these teams headbutt each other out. They make it a confusion for all the enemy teams out there, but they're playing it smart. That's genius move coming up from YG without making a lot of effort and wasting too much resources on that part. But YG just got himself 11 eliminations, 10, that's going to be that chicken dinner in total of 21. They're slowly gaining the numbers more. I think they're probably now standing at second spot by end of this map, perhaps. But we do have a couple of teams that do not score anything at all. SNK and Vanix Esports. This is going to be detrimental for Snooker Esports because today will be their last run.
Ooh, and it's not like they are really safe, right? They're at number 15, 72 points. GC, who did fairly well this round, is only 1 point behind them, so potentially they can be pushed down. They can even be pushed down by Time, ABC, 7 Sky. So many teams can push them down, so Snooker Esports is not in a safe position. But a bit of an update for Yangon Galacticos to catch number 1. Now they are 19 points behind Hype, and we have 3 more games to go. Super duper doable.
Other teams, for me, I'm going to watch out for Group E. 2-1-4, I wouldn't worry too much about them getting to Grand Finals. I think still safe as long as they don't get a 2% against ABC. But ABC, on the other hand, do they still want to commit that sort of fight against 2-1-4? Right now, they are quite in a shaky place. Not great if they ended up their week 1 in this position, though.
Yeah, I know, right? That's going to be a tough one. But you know what? There are also other teams that so far doing well. I also want to highlight those teams that haven't got a chicken dinner, but they're keeping up at the first half at least. 2-1-4, and I think that's partly contributed by ABC because they won most of their fights against them. And speaking about ABC, they're at number 18, by the way. So I don't know what they're going to do next. And the other team that's on the first half is also VKS. No chicken dinner, but no problem for them to still be on the first half of our overalls. And ladies and gentlemen, yes, it's YG with the Irango, but we are going to take a short break. So we'll see you guys after this.
小僧、もっと近くへ来い。
雷神の術未来神2の段
螺旋岩影分身の術
カトン豪華級の術千鳥
それが俺の人道だ。
雷鳴と共に散れ。
しっかり見ててください。
俺は畑かかしって名前だ。
次第。
それが俺の人道だ。
雷鳴と共に散れ。
しっかり見ててください。
俺は畑かかしって名前だ。
小僧、もっと近くへ来い。
未来神の術、未来神2の段。
螺旋丸影分身の術。
カトン豪華球の術。 しなり
それが俺の人道だ。
雷鳴と共に散れ。
しっかり見ててください。
俺は畑かかしって名前だ。
カトン豪華級の術ドトン導流壁
多重影分身の術
飛来神の術
しらり
螺旋丸
And we are back for the second half, ladies and gentlemen. This is the PMCL 2026 Fall Together with us. Your storytellers, my name is Sir Cloud, together with the amazing Choo Choo. And Yangon Galacticos just came off a chicken dinner.
And that's not going to be a surprise for us since they got quite a number of rondo again for today, 15. I think the average for YG, their main objective, they have a standard here. If they don't get more than a 10, they probably won't get a chicken or won't be in the top 4. That's going to be their minimum requirement to be YG players.
Yeah, and also they have the ambition of catching the number 1 team, which is Hype International. And based on the gap right now, it's very, very doable. And then both teams will be playing again tomorrow, so that will be the final race towards the end of week number 1 between these two rivals of especially last season. And for the next game, we are going to head into Erangel. But before that, you know the jingle by now.
Yeah, it's going to be the Spider-Man brand new day already. I think already in cinemas or not yet. I have to recheck the schedule and the timing. But this time we do have the collaboration with PUBG Mobile. So you guys, whoever want to be a superhero, this is your time to shine. Take this very opportunity because it's a rare, very indeed rare occasion of collaboration. So make sure you guys stay tuned for more. And make sure you also make some contents and do tag us and PUBG Mobile Esports if you happen to have a lot of contents for the Spider-Man collaboration.
Well, you need to wait for that one, but you don't need to wait for this one because PUBG Mobile and Naruto collaboration is now live inside the game. And if you have not logged into the game, I don't know where were you guys, okay? The moment you log in, you will see everything. You see the graphics, you'll hear the music, you will see the event all over the game. And of course, it's also promoted by content creators out there who enjoy this content as well. So check out the PUBG Mobile X Naruto, only available for a limited amount of time. When will it end? We're not sure, but while it's still around, make sure you join in the fun and collect all those limited edition collectibles inside of the game right now. You don't want to miss out on this because who knows that it might not come back.
Now, they say money can't buy happiness, but money do buy a Ferrari. But real life is going to be slightly difficult, but when it comes to the game, you can actually have one yourself. This is going to be a Ferrari official partner collaboration with PUBG Mobile, of course. So make sure you guys stay tuned for this. And I think it's going to be a Scuderia Ferrari. Yeah, that's going to be the tagline as well. And who doesn't look good walking out of Ferrari?
I don't know, maybe me. I'll still look the same when if I walk out of Ferrari. But not like I've tried though. So maybe I should get a Ferrari just to try.
Yeah, you can
or
get the
Ferrari
mini
inside the
version.
game.
You can get
Oh,
the mini
yeah.
version at least, right?
Yes, and it's coming somewhere this July. So it will be somewhere between today and the 31st. When exactly, don't know, but a man can dream.
Well, it's a dream come true for the players, of course, when it comes to the game. And speaking of the game, we're going to head into the last wrangle of the day, especially coming out from Group E. This is going to be the last wrangle for their week. 214 Pro did not turn out well against ABC. I mean, yeah, they won the fight, but at a heavy cost, where they didn't actually get themselves survive long enough to be getting more points by the end of the day. That was not really a good start for their previous wrangle. But for tips and tricks coming up from Sisu, Tengsu Dragon, there you go, Sisu. It's gonna be the collaboration with Naruto to take photos at the Hokage Rock. When jumping from the rooftop, you can turn off the Hokage Run to increase the jump distance. Oh, that's actually a good trick.
So they call the ninja run a Hokage run. I assume it's the same thing, right? It's the one that you put your hands behind and you just run. Okay, all right. That's the best of my Naruto knowledge.
It wouldn't look cool anymore if you turn off the Hokage run. I mean, if you want to do a screenshot of yourself, though.
Yeah, I know, right? The whole point of the Naruto is to have that run, that iconic run. So, but if you don't do that, then you don't increase on this. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe somebody can find another new tip and trick by doing the Hokage run and still get a good photo at the Hokage Rock. Maybe. But if you have one, you can always put it on social media and tag us. We'd like to see what sort of tip and trick that you have as well.
I don't know if we do have plenty more tips and tricks, but stay tuned. There'll be plenty more in the future because we still have one more week next week. This is not the final week. It's just the first week. And speaking of first week, everybody really putting out their A game for the first week. And Erangel, last run. And so far, our Erangels never seems to be calm for the first few seconds till the very end. And I'm looking for more because this is just so much action packed into one single map, and unfolding itself is just taking such a messy turn every time.
Yeah, and I know the culprits behind the early uncalmness, right? It is, ABC and 214 farm, and I'm very sure none of them are going to let go of each other. If we look only into Erangel, it's a 1-1 score for now. So the first one, 214 won. The second one, it was ABC that won it. And this will be the tiebreaker, I guess, for Erangel, that is. And I'm pretty sure they want to settle the score here. So we'll see what happens here inside Erangel. Keep your eye on the farm especially. And let's head on to it.
This time we do have very south flight path. I think this go all the way towards the outskirts of Milton Power, in between over at me. There you go, Quarry. Seems like today has been favoring a lot of the down south sort of flight path, and will be another northern circle. We had Rothstock before, Yasnaya, Pliana, and the school around there. So there not a lot of generous circles so far here today, but if it happens to be that one, we had Medusa intersection before, we had got a couple of plenty, but nowhere near shooting range or Jogo Pool.
Well, as long as farm is reachable, I'm alright. Because we know what might happen there. Other parts for this grouping, no early fights, well, except for that one clash that involved vehicles and all that, that was kind of messy. Yeah, that one time. But that might be a coincidence. But the farm thing is definitely not a coincidence. These two teams, they surely don't want to let go of each other. I'm seeing ABC going there. And GGC is heading the direction too, but they're probably going up north. 214. Are they actually still going to farm? Oh no!
I don't think so. Yeah, I think they decided a good decision making there. It's not worth the time with that much casualty, but unfortunately they will crash into a bigger fight here. We're talking about MSI, who's not the easiest to deal with. They are very good when it comes to getting those off angle and reposition themselves when needed. So I want to see how fast they can respond to how 214 just happen to be nearby them. We do have Elevate there as well. Probably 4 teams stacked up around Milton or Milton Power area. So we gotta wait and see. I think first contact gonna be made in any seconds now.
I'm disappointed. Not gonna see the 214 at least for now. But instead, we're going to see Say picking up his time esports. No weapons, he only has a pistol. And that will be easy, quick first blood for Time Esports. DOS will lock it in. And Elevate currently at number 20, losing one player early on. Not good.
It's not that heavy casualty yet for Elevate, just one person, but that's ample amount of information they need, that they're not alone on top of this. But they are the one that's crashing into MSI. I think a lot of teams want to try to challenge MSI at their turf. Here comes Time just arriving, Elevate next to it, what I've been watch. I think this is all probably all the scouters for each respective team. Afi. Here comes a low and gets a fast goodbye. No warm hugs, I guess no.
Nope, not at all. No love shown. MSI, Brisbane International, they could use points to avoid the bottom 4 too, so they wouldn't mind that one. But holy crap, he's still alive. A very big wide spread here for Elevate at the very beginning. Unfortunately, they lost that one player. And Elevate, they see an opportunity here. Misfit International, but they're going all the way up north. Okay, that's fine. Wako, not going to stick around. Too much open space for them to try to crash in onto Ricks. So they will do their own thing as well.
A bit of a trade-off. Each team getting 1 point. It's quite scattered for Elevate players here. I guess they don't have a clear exact strategy with the very short amount of time for their break just now. But speaking of time, they don't have time to be in the same vehicle. I just hope they can find another transportation. Oh, it's quite a risk giving away, exposing themselves. Went to 1-4 Ryujin. Unfortunately, I guess they're gonna take his vehicle away as well. Nope. They definitely not. I think they just they loving the days here. They're gonna stick with it.
Okay. Or they don't want to risk like taking their time there because they don't know where the rest of them are. So yeah, just make it quick and just move on with life. Oh, holy crap! Oh man, found out. Too bad. Just like that, Elevate loses 2 players, and we don't even know where the other 2 players of Elevate are at this moment. But being at number 20 to have this kind of start again, it's devastating for them.
Good news, Elevate's they're gonna play tomorrow. So I guess they don't have as much pressure as 214 Pro, who lost 1 member early on. That's why Snooker Esports playing it very conservative here today. Hybrid as well, but Hybrid has been very neat, very clean, and very disciplined in terms of the movement and how to navigate into the map. I love it so much. The same goes for KE. KE, on the other hand, they managed to survive a lot longer for these 2 days. But when it comes to, migrating into the greater circle of stage 4, still did not get it right. I think still finding that sweet spot for Davan and friends.
Well, at least the good news for Davan and friends is that, hey, they are at 112 points, reached the 100 point mark, number 7. So it's kind of okay. If it was the first half of this week, then it's like, they're really struggling. But somehow they pick themselves up and they are at a fine position for now. Don't see them dropping beyond number 16 for sure. So somehow, after those few chicken dinners, they seem to be kind of okay-ish after that. Then it's a question of like whether they can maintain this okay-ish or at least go even better starting next week onwards and potentially towards the finals.
Finals still over a week away. Plenty of room to rectify themselves for the teams that didn't work out so well week number 1. Of course, plenty of work to do for them to catch up in week number 2. But for Elevate, they're being forced to actually stay in the blue zone quite some time due to the pressure they've been facing against multiple teams early on. But I do have not just one team, it's going to be 4. I think YG, a circle is a bit far. Hybrid, also taking a longer time. I'm used to how Hybrid is taking it sweet and slow for them. They know they don't really miss a lot, and they're just trying to get as much health utilities before getting to circle anyway. So it's pretty a safe rotation, slow and steady for them, and it's working out great for the past 3 days. So Hybrid, they kudos to them. They know what they need to do, and they really look out for the teams by reviewing their votes end of the day. But for ABC, I mean, they got really jittery. Their hands couldn't stay quiet because they used to fight 2-on-4. Now they have to find something to do.
Oof. Zam Zam Alakazam and magic disappears. Okay, ABC is not going to pursue. I mean, they're already in Gatka. Nice spot for them as well, somewhere in the middle. So they will be nice and okay there. Don't really need to push it onto Magic and the rest of SNK. Circle is going to shift anyway. But I like this kind of circle. It's really challenging, especially if it goes all the way towards the left side, because there's not as many places for teams to park themselves or to find cover. And we have about 20% of water here, so that cuts out like 80% of land left that the teams can play for now.
But there's a high chance the circle will pull back towards the right side. We've seen that happen multiple times, Cloud. And the hottest spot that they want to actually take over is going to be just in between Gatka Field and the hospital. That's where everybody can be slightly safer, because it's hard to see the circle will shift all the way to its left. But that did happen, but not too many times.
But I wouldn't mind seeing that one. So I'm still hopeful for it. As long as it's in the circle, there's a chance. A chance given to Wansei. Oh, he not only got rigs, he got smoke, he got a double. Oh, and elevates out. Oh man, just like that. I wonder what happened.
I think they crashed into Milton Power, tried to take out MSI. I don't feel like they properly arranged a good strategy to get into it. It's like there's no clear vision or direction where they're going with that. I think that's one of the many reasons there. But for Vanix Esports, oh, they are greeting Sisu anytime soon. But NGGZ, watch out for NGGZ. It's never NGGZ not engaging early fights. They love those long shots, taking advantage and try to poke around people's business, and then out of nowhere they start to rush in. That's how they always play for the past few days. I'm not sure if they're going to change that for the next week. But this is going to be the team that I don't think we talked enough, Cloud. Vanix, what are your impressions with that team?
Obviously they started off well, and then they kind of slowed down, but we don't talk about them enough after that, right? Even though when they slow, it's not like slow. Like, yeah, there are some rounds that's not that great, but there are also some rounds that they were doing okay, and then there were a few rounds that they did top 4 finish. So if you have like an average of like a combination of like some rounds top 4 and then like a lot of them in the middle, you're good enough. So if you average out, then that's what puts them at number 13 right now. It's okay. It's not the safest, because you just look at what we have here today. The points are super close. They could still feel the drop. But if they maintain like that, they could probably just be by the age of 16. So I guess they're doing fine. And also to point out that this is their first time at this level of a tournament, right? If they're able to keep up to this pace, be in the top 16 only, I think they do themselves good.
But to hit the 100 mark for Vanix Esports feels slightly out of reach, where Lord got himself into trouble, overpicking himself against Sisu. That's going to be a long-range shot by NGGZ. Now look at how they're propping up the position. Look at that red taking the front line, while Sisu is busy focusing towards the side of Vanix Esports. NGGZ, very sneaky from the back. There's also VKS around the corner, so NGGZ don't want to be in a pinch. But I think they are welcoming fights anytime for NGGZ. They are waiting. They are happily receiving any bullets flying over towards their side.
But Vanix won't be happy to receive those bullets though. Oh, but Mernat sent a bullet and he got a target. Player of Misfit International is knocked, and they are out in the blue, so it's I guess it's a long-range knock by Yagu Galacticos, not securing the elimination point yet. Oh, but they respond back. They got Smile. Romeo got one say. Okay, I wish we can see that fight now. If our observers can be kind enough to show us. Okay, thank you so much. And okay, Smile is kind of far, but backup's on the way.
unfortunately not connecting. That's the first time on live I actually listened to a talent requesting politely for observers to switch the camera. I'm sorry. That just broke me. But for the side of MSI, YG definitely are aiming for the hunt here. They're aiming for eliminations and points as their priority for now. And for MSI, they are fighting back. They're not going to bounce. They're not just going to let it go past easily. They will bounce back and try to find at least a footing into this fight. But unfortunately, South K is a bit too far. Avi just arrived, giving cover fire. He's on top of those hills. But Venix, first one to bite the dust.
So close for Myrna to get FV. If we got that, if we got FV out of that sniper tower, that would do him a lot. Romeo, I want to chase. Okay. Master Lion showing up. The blue will put pressure onto him as well. Now dancing around with the DB as he's trying to close the gap. But then again, Master Lion could not pull the trigger in time and Myrna got the best of him.
Time's ticking, Monet. Friends or not, with the blue zone, you're definitely not welcome here. Soak in too much of blue damage for YG. Hopefully they have enough utilities, but no more first aid so far. It's stage 4. Every second takes away a lot of their HP, 1% per second. But when it comes to KE, look at the massive POV on KE's side. Left, right, center, they've been charging by Sisu and GFS at the same time. But back to us, YG. They're not done. AV not making it easy. The S12K will not making it into action. He's forced to get out. Oh, what a good cooperation and teamwork from YG.
Yeah, it was either he stayed there and received a nade, or he comes out and received the S12K. So he kind of picked his poison there. 2-1. Although we didn't have the farm fight, but still, the fate between 214 and ABC is just ridiculous. Stage 4, they still can meet. Wow.
ABC. They've been trying to get fights. So far, still 0 eliminations. Been here for the longest time. Oh, they finally spotted out their Arc Nemesis there. There's going to 214, but 0. All the timing to have blunders. That's where GFS actually pushed in. He self-naded himself. Oh boy. This is just looking ABC in crumbles, shambling down. It's hard to watch this one.
Well then, you can close your eyes because I'm enjoying this one. Rare naded mix. All right, let's go. That's an opportunity, but good fellas. Oh man, good fellas because they're on top there. Okay, you have to be extra careful. And ABC they're rushing again. Okay, the smoke is blinding Mo Wang though. That's not doing him a favor. He received shots, I believe it's again from GFS. But Zelja took it and he goes in, and that's going to be ABC eliminating 214 at stage 4.
Oh, I wish we didn't switch the map just now because it was still going on for the fight. But speaking of a different fight, completely on top of Gaka, Hybrid seems to be not quite winning, but not really losing as well. They're fighting against SNK, but SNK number seems to be way more convincing. But Ganji! What a nade! There was a turning of table. Very, very crucial nade they're being tossed. From losing the fight to make it an equal field in an instant. Now, can they actually do one more? SNK, they had a 3v2 and now this going down the drain. Genji! Oh, it's so close! It needs the reload, but here comes his partner. Bye with a DB. Yes! SNK! How did they stack up like that?
Oh man, that was super duper messy there. My goodness, man. But Hybrid, my goodness, there's a reason why they are in the top 5 here is because they can do those kind of plays, and especially that need by Genji there. Gotta shout out to that again. That's worthy of highlights. Let's see if KE can live up to the fact that they are currently the number 6 team in the overall chart by winning this fight against Goodfellas. While that, circle updates. And if it's going to be a hard shift, not really. Still somewhere in the middle. But KE, no circle. they will continue to pursue Goodfellas.
Nice opening there, coming up from the side of KE. Now here comes the push bar, or they are in a pinch. Jeff as they got surrounded, boxed in by ABC and KE at the same time. This is hard. This is super hard for them. Oh, somebody. Oh, that nade just now was an inside nade. But KE mastered it to K. Greeted warmly by that Molotov. They tried to turn things around, but barbecue is going on. Unfortunately, GFS. I saw that one, despite we didn't get that on camera. That was a lot of blunder for GFS still. The nade supposed to be going through that window, but it bounced back.
Pressure is starting to creep in onto these players. But NGGZ, no pressure on them. They are winning the fight against time. And now Red, Mr. Clutchman, together with his teammate, will finish out the final player of their opponent. And time is out at number 9 with only 2 elimination points. But now they have to pick up MM.
Speaking of MM, feels like VKS not giving any opportunity for them to go for the rescue. YG now, partially stepping into, already halfway, 1 foot into the circle, the other foot still outside. But Davan, I feel like KE having a hard time to keeping them at bay, because look at how easy they breach into the south of the circle and not being harmed at all. There's nobody guarding over the south side of the circle at all. Now they got a free entry, and look at them try to make sure the teams are confused who's shooting who again. Manet is going to be that troublemaker once more.
It's just keeping an eye on the other side while they decide on, like, okay, do they want to commit onto the left? Or maybe they have to kind of do that depending on how Cloud's condition is right now. He's on the outside of the circle. Is he going to rotate back, or are they going to commit? But there's so many teams on the left, so I'm not sure if Young Galacticos want to go all in.
KE, how things have turned. They should have gatekeeping. They want to be in gatekeep right now. Sisu's on the other hand. That's going to be Huoshuan. Back to Hybrid Esports VKS. We do have NGGZ. Is that the last man standing? Red and somebody else. Yeah, Red and his partner still alive. They all going to the open flat field of Gatka. But still got compounds on the side of a hybrid. But unfortunately not enough men to be somebody's watching out there. Repositioning for most of the players that have less than a 4. YG still having a full squad. Will they get a back-to-back chicken dinner? High chance they can.
I mean, they're looking good right now, right? As long as they maintain a full squad, their chances are really, really high. Also depends on what happens to the other teams, but we just mentioned about it. And Myrna got tagged. But it's a long range. So Romeo is on his way to pick him up. And they are in the circle now. They should get the next phase of the circle, if not by the edge of it. On screen, NGGZ, minor knockdown. And it's only Mr. Clutchman Red now to the rescue.
Look at how empty the circle is right now. Seven Sky, at least, I mean, if they can wait it out patiently, they have a slot for the top 4. Oh, Nate coming in. Sisu really try to flush out the rest of KE. They're forcing them out no matter, regardless of how many teams watching out for Sisu. They don't care. They want KE. They want them so bad. But YG, they might steal it away from afar. And this seems to be a very casual thing that YG does.
And it's just another day for them, right? Keeping teams outside the circle. And now that includes KE as well. Hampus wanted to rush in, I guess, but the moment his vehicle was shot, he has to stop and he has to make sure that he clears off YG first, spraying inside of the smoke. Managed to hit his target a little, but not enough to knock them down. Romeo gets no escape instead, and Campus gets taken out by Mernat. The Cyclops from behind was spraying into the smoke. He does hit, and he will get that knock onto Davan, eliminating KE.
That was some pixel shots there. It's barely visualized with the smoke still around there. It's not even dissipate yet. But for YG, they take every advantage they can get. And I told you, if it's not a double digit, it's not YG players. They have to get... It's as though chicken must have double digit. No chicken, still double digit. That's going to be the minimum requirement. Or just drop early. That's it. Look at that. How casual can they spray within that smoke? How?
I mean, this is just YG Sense. 10 eliminations thanks to that. And they're looking to add more to their tally. Again, C-Class way inside the smoke, but it's Romeo at the end of the day who got Hoshwan. 11 elimination points now for Yangon Galacticos, and they're the only team with a full lineup still.
And they have been fighting. That's the thing. They still have a flawless, full HP healthy ones. Oh, and then we have another one to go out. VKS will be out of this story for now. Down to the top 5. The one that seems to be a bit bleak is going to be Red. Yeah, but it's going to be out top 4. He's been scouted out by these guys. I don't know who, but high chances it's going to be ABC that spot him out. But ABC, they have to make a U-turn towards YG because their backs is a bit bare. And unfortunately, ABC, they have two-way fight here. There's also 7 Sky across the other side. And look at how confident YG been facing against and been dealing with 2 teams on the left side. They actually just need to have one person to scout information on the right side completely by Smile. And still, nobody can take them down off those hills.
And they're not done yet with all the teams on the left side. Next is going to be ABC coming by. ABC, Xiao Jia is on the ground. So they don't have a full team. They have 2 players here. While all that was happening, 7 Sky just got eliminated. And Cloud got Moang. Romeo is looking at Red. And Mr. Clutchman of NGGC eliminator. Man, Yangon Galacticos, this round, they are just like playing classic. Just going around, getting all those elimination points, and they make it look easy. Maybe a bit of challenge for Smile, but it doesn't matter at the end of the day. This is one of the fastest ending dual chicken dinner, and Yangon Galacticos, the People's Champion, gets a back-to-back.
A back-to-back with a huge amount of elimination. Just give these guys a trophy already. Just give these guys a trophy already. This is just week 1, ladies and gents, and you guys are witnessing the wrath of the defending title for the PMWC champions, and they are heading into the 2026 PMWC within weeks. After they're done with this week number 2 for this tournament, they're gonna go straight for their PUBG Mobile World Cup Championship, and that's gonna be huge. And they're not stopping and not showing any sign of slowing down. I feel like this is just a warm-up session before the biggest stage for YG.
Yeah, and it's a good point for them to keep it at a high, right? Like you want to bring 17. The momentum there, right? And how many is it? 17? Yeah, 17. Oh man. 17. Okay, didn't break their own record. I mean, they got 21, but this is 17 inside
Rondo.
of an Erangel. Yeah, that's the point, right? So that was a Rondo match, 21, but this is a regular non-Rondo game, but they still score a 17. It's definitely up there. It's definitely like in terms of the level of play, then it's like they got that 21 in Rondo. But we're going to see a lot of highlights here featuring YG for sure.
it's so pale comparison of the top 4 teams right now, just next to YG. I don't know how to feel about this. Feels like YG all this while they were I wouldn't say even chilling. They were definitely casually playing, and now they get serious or want to do something about this. They can. It feels like they are very in control of the game. These guys probably have a different ability and sense compared to all the others. I think they are psychic. I feel like they can actually read the player's mind directly, and the connection between the teammates is even stronger. You look at how they just in sync in whatever approach they need to go for an ambush or try to take a compound. I mean, just now, everybody actually pulled their weight. Manet, yes, he's deserving the MVP, but all 4 of them well deserving, because some of them giving more damage than the others, but slightly less eliminations. And some of them do have the same amount of eliminations, but slightly less damage, but more damage taken. Every single player, individuals of YG, already such a fortress to fight against. You saw how Small were guarding over that southern side all by himself.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to give the MVP, you can give to anyone, right? But of course, based on the stats, so Mernat is the MVP. So yeah, I mean, Yangu Gaetico is just doing Yangu Gaetico things. 27 points in total because of that. Even if you double the amount of points that ABC got in this round, you still wouldn't be able to match the amount of points that Yangu Gaetico's got. So yeah, they're just running away with it at this point. And on the other end, 214 and the other teams like Elevate especially, because they're at number 20, 0 points. 214, I'm not too worried about them. For Vanix, they're somewhere in the middle. 0 points still will put them at a little bit of a risk. So yeah. But yes, finally, now Yangu Gaeticos, they are above Hype International, and they have 2 games in hand today to pull away even further than Hype.
Oh, this is flexing. I feel like they're definitely flexing. This is gonna be definitely burn the cheeks of Hive right now, because they definitely are itchy to play. I'm looking for tomorrow's game, how they will respond to this turnaround of podium spot for now. But when it comes to the others, now Hybrid still stuck at number 4, still within their reach. OV is not playing. But KE, they definitely play better compared to all the rest of the days. But before we get into our Miramar map with the back-to-back, only YG getting the Iranga majority of it, I hope it's going to be a different logo for Miramar, but you're going to head a quick break for now.
And it is Mirama now, switching out the maps. After a double back-to-back chicken dinner for Yango Galacticos, now the challenge to them will be whether they can still bring that chicken dinner aura into a very different map here in Mirama.
Are they a big fan of this map? They won not a chicken dinner yet, but they do have once in second place. I guess they're not the biggest fan when it comes to Mirama, so I won't put my money for that. But when it comes to YG, anything can happen. Like we do know, you're not YG if you don't have double eliminations in the bag. You know, regardless of whether you get a chicken or not, that's second. That's just a bonus. Right now, YG is on the hunt. Who will be their prey next and target in this map? Let's go.
Well, here we go. Of course, besides the whole YG, whether they can like overcome and, you know, get this chicken dinner here. That's also, of course, the other one that I want to see is the 214 and also ABC. Yeah, even if they didn't fight in farm in the previous game, they still meet in stage 4 somewhere. So, I don't know, these two teams are just fated, right? Even if they don't want to meet, they still meet somehow. And with this bigger map, if they still meet somehow, with this kind of flight path that is nowhere near Monte Nuevo, by the way, and definitely something's up.
But they do not have definite drop points yet between those two teams, so we're gonna wait and see whether it's gonna happen anytime soon. But we're still waiting for a circle to pop, so it's gonna be about the circle, whether they want to decide their primary spot. It's gonna be the initial drop spot, or it's gonna be a second checkpoint instead, trying to just work around the circle. I guess MSI really love any sort of right-sided map. Yeah, they always pick on the right side, regardless of whatever the map is. It's almost similar spot. It was Milta Power before, and now they're just gonna be on the outskirts of Los Angeles. Whoa! I miss you, Chumachera.
Either that, or I'm putting my slight hope onto Patona. Though the chances are small, but yeah, I'll still put it there. Oh wait, 214 and ABC, they dropped nearby again. What is this? What is this? Is this fate or what? Or they have a deal between them that, okay, we want to fight every time.
This is just, I guess, they can just move in together now. They're couples, these two teams right now. Feels like they are inseparable at a state where I guess at least ABC is not too bored. They do have that nemesis to have another go again, regardless of any map. I agree. Put in Sunhawk, put in Vikendi. Whatever map that they have in PUBG Mobile, these two just inseparable right now. But for GC, end time, Ascender de Patron, just a couple of warning shots that seems to be connecting, but no first blood yet, no knockdowns, but close enough to get time DOS on his knees. St. Martin seems to be slightly heated up for our first stage, but nothing heavy happening yet.
But they're still keeping an eye on each other. Not really focusing too much on the loots. Rather than, okay, if they are going to come to us, or do we want to go to them? I think both sides kind of deciding here. While in Patona, looks like Vanix having a good time here. Nobody's sharing Patona with them. There was only that one time where we had two teams in Patona, and that's about it. But this time, since the circle happened to be here, Vanix can kind of take their time. And if they still want to stay in Patona and wait for stage 2, it'll still be okay too.
It's not too far, yeah. So they have to make use of this sort of circle. Make sure they stock up plenty of their loot right now because there's going to be lesser and lesser items the moment they try to get into the circle. There's going to be plenty of teams on top of that Chumasura high grounds. It's going to be a tough entry in, but hey, at least they have plenty of stuff to throw to make sure they get into there. Especially those smokes. It's going to be crucial to have it abundance of amount of it for Vanix. They weren't so flashy like they did for their debut, but they managed to maintain, despite it's not too often we get to see them, or probably never see them before. They still managed to maintain around the middle pack, so it's not too shabby for their overall performance by far.
The danger for them is that if you look at all the teams around them and just look at the points, 79, they share the same with ABC, and then MSI 77, SNK 75, Silver Sky 73. Like the 70s bracket is all the way down until time, and then you have a small gap with Elevate. So you can imagine like all the teams around can just shuffle after one game. So if you're Vanix, yeah, they still need to play the best they can. If not, bottom four will be a possibility, and nobody wants to be there.
What's the plan for Vanix here? I'm trying to dissect the way he's thinking right now. We don't see any of his mates to cover fire. ABC nearby, I guess. Oh, not like there's a whole crew in one vehicle. At least just Meow Meow. The rest of SNK weren't aware. They weren't definitely not aware. There's gonna be a rush coming up from a different team here. And ABC, I don't think they expected there would be this much teams around where they're heading into.
But the best part is that all these teams, they are close to each other in the overalls. And Lord, surprise, surprise, Moan totally didn't expect that one. And that will alert Zero and Zelja. Now he could use backup. Zai is on his way though. Lord needs to buy a bit more time. And I believe Zai has arrived. And that's why the guys should pay attention. Okay, but they got focus on the Lord. Lord gets one, but he gets taken out by Zero instead. Now Zero needs to reset quick, because the rest of ABC, they're coming. And here comes Rare. Side down. Oh, okay. Who's going to be next? Marcos is here. Ground floor. By this point, it's going to be hard for him to rush up. Oh, but instead, preemptive strike did not connect. Rare eliminated by Magic. And they're trying to steal points away. But here comes Snooker Esports. They have arrived as well. Marcos! Oh, he lost that one.
Was a headbutt just now, right in the face. That's going to be the first team taken out. ABC, unfortunately, twice in a row, back to back. First one, but 2 eliminations again. Progress, but a very slow pace. And Marcus, unfortunately, licking their wounds still for Vanix. That's where they start to bounce back for SNK. It's going to be tough for both teams here. Still a long journey ahead at stage 1, but yet they are forcing the fight to get those points. Not that desperate yet for Vanix, but they want to solidify the position. Getting on Magic 1. There comes another one coming up from the back, and it's a crossfire. Slightly taken a bit delayed for Sai, taking his own time. But still working out well for Vanix, but for SNK, this is crucial for them not to go out early. This is going to be the last day to play for the entire week. They cannot afford to easily give away their second last Miramar map of the week now.
And that's a good point, right? Especially tomorrow is also the last day. Okay, both sides reset. Oh, circle! My goodness, what? The circle? What?
Ooh.
Oh man.
This is historic.
Molly. Oh, okay. Oh, so Vanix survives. Okay, now we can talk about the circle. I remember we talked about it yesterday, right? So remember we said about like, Erangels have been getting the weird circles. And today Erangel has been getting the okay circles. And now Miramar is getting the weird circle.
I'm hoping for Zaki. Now there's a glimmer of hope finally for once to get Zaki for this season, because this never happened ever before for my entire career of PUBG Mobile casting ever. Since Patona start existing in this map, never once. I'm not sure about you, Cloud, but Patona never once for me.
Okay. For a second there, you mentioned Zarki. I was like, But I guess it's Patona, right?
I don't know if they're gonna pull the back.
Oh, okay.
We won't give it Patona, but slightly at the edge of it where it's not in the words of Patona. You know, the kind of feeling. It's still stage number 2, but there's just plenty of water in that sort of circle. So it means little space, a little land for the teams. Coming in late, you might be swimming by the end of the day. Just be a merman of this map.
Yeah, not the most common of circles. We have got a couple of Patonas before, but of course it's not common and it's very challenging there. Getting into the island itself, if you're late, is super duper hard. But if you're an early one, then it's cool. And we are starting to see teams starting to crowd around that area. But there's still a chance that it will still pull up. So yeah, that's where the 50-50 goes, right? It's kind of like a toss of coin. Which one would you want to go for if you're a team playing in this circle?
It's going to be tough for the teams that actually drop way up north, though. Very difficult journey. And it means there's going to be major thinning of crowd at the center of the map here. So high chance we're looking at stage 6, possibly only 9 teams left here, Cloud.
But it's still going to take a while. Let's see how many more will suffer this kind of circle right now. One of them is not looking like Young Caticos because they tag a player from 214 as they rotate into Patona directly. And they're clearing off 214. They just took out Hades. Who else is here, I wonder? Okay, we're going to get a circle update. Okay, 214. Ah! Okay, circle pulls back up. No Patona circle. The 3 teams there, Vanix, Ryujin, and Yangon Galacticos, they need to hike back up.
I don't want to say it, but I told you so. I told you so. This is how PUBG Mobile plays without emotions. They give you a glimpse of hope and it's gone. Just like that. Poof in the dust. But 214, they're not poofing out yet. Swimming it is. So I guess a couple of teams might resort to this. Whoever's in Patona might want to have a bit of a dive. Can see a lot of teams. MSI is waiting in the other end and he's praying. Ryujin is hardly praying it so hard. Hoping nobody spot him out while he's swimming right now.
Oh, okay, he has to hold his breath there. But his teammates, there goes. Mix is definitely going to be out. It's a matter of who gets his point. Likely to be Seven Sky. But I also want to see like how will the 2 players of Vanix and YG cut across into the main peninsula again. Okay, but a bit of an update for KE. They lost campus to the hands of CSU. That's going to be their 1 point. And Vihai really wants Mix. And totally understandable. I mean, they are a bottom 4 team. They worry that if any other team were to steal away Mix, then it will be a bit of a shame. But they should be able to get his point. I mean, there's enough damage as long as no other team suddenly lands a bullet on the Mix.
That's a long swim for Ryujin. He's still not touching down any land yet. I just hope he's going to be okay. That's going to be like the moment he jump out of the water, his skins get shrunk down quite hard. But for Sisu, they put out, oh no. That's going to be put on hold for YG back-to-back chicken dinner run. That's going to be Sisu. Who would have thought? They're just entering from the northwest of the circle. Sisu. GFS, Elevate, there's a lot of fights going on.
That was quick rotation by Young Galacticos. Wow. Okay, anyway, now that they've managed to rotate, they need to survive against CSU. Smile is down, but Saycloud receives the end of the bullet as well. Two players of Yaku Galacticos on their knees now. The other two will need to pick up the pace. Not able to save at least one of them. Hongs will be at the forefront with Yaku Galacticos. Now with the two players left, they don't look like they want to pursue any further. Looks like they're going to go away from here and focus on the next position since the circle is going to shift. And the hard shift towards the left, Yaku Galacticos will have an entry.
Oh, that bridge. Vanix, they will have to cross. Never mind, they will actually try to be alive, hopefully by end of it. But switching over to the teams that's still fighting on the north. GC, Time, KE, this is such a mess. YG down to 2 players due to this sort of circle, making it so difficult for the players to expect how they want to rotate in. But GC getting on KE. Is there no escape at all for KE? Yep, no escape for the player and no escape for Davan as well. He's surrounded, completely covered by those nades. GC getting them down. That's nice. Go time for Time. Oh, that's an easy one. One toss and it's done.
Yep, and the point will go to Time Esports, who's also one of the bottom 4 teams. Next is going to be CSU passing by. Okay, both teams on the outside still. But there's a bit of a high ground advantage for Time, so they should be able to see CSU. The terrain is pretty rough though in this area. This is one of those tough places to play in this kind of circle. I wouldn't be surprised if both of them just ignore each other and just focus on getting into the circle, and that's exactly what one of their players from each team is currently doing. Sending one player out to the front, find a good spot, and the rest will follow through.
Time definitely not going to take the shot here, cutting across Sisu. They don't want to take too much risk. Out a good reason. Like I mentioned, they are at the bottom 4, but the gap is just too minor. Seven Sky, I don't think it can hit a lot of players for NGGZ, but definitely will shut down on a VIX. Vaccine Esports slowly dying there. Down to the last man standing, Marco. Try to be the scout for the team, but he gained nothing out of this. Sisu already left the compounded area. They left the building or whatever there is left there. But for Time on the other end, they're spreading out into a 1-1-1 formation. I guess it's like a triangle formation. I'm not sure about what Sisu is doing right now. Whether they want to exit out and try to go for the left side or just take the fight. Or whether they just try to confuse them as well.
I guess they are scouting for options, right? Because they have to cross the road, so that's going to be the difficult thing for them. They still have some time since stage 4. They're in the circle, that's fine. And Time Esports, they don't have a direct shot onto them. So they're still considering their options here. But if Time Esports don't want to let go of those points, they can actually be a bit adventurous and try to take out CSU. I mean, they're bottom 4 team. They have to do everything to bring in all the points that they could get.
Oh, I think they're just waiting out the circle now. They want to see whether it's worth leaving this place. It's so hard to predict. There's so much inconsistency with this sort of circle. Unpredictability in it as well. They can't read it out. It's such a rare circle, but at least good news for CC who've been waiting things out. It was worth it. They could have taken the compound right across them as well if they want to, because there's nobody stopping them except for Time, who's spreading across the edge of the circle on the right side. But YG, look at the entry on the left. There's not much competition for them. But NGZ, the spread is quite wide. They probably spot out Vanix and Seven Sky to try to get as much points as possible, because look at Red. He's definitely leaving slightly a bit further from the group just to get a glimpse on what's happening on the southern side.
Speaking about the south, I'm interested to see what Ryuji is going to do from here. No circle. It's surrounded by other teams. He does have enough cover for now, but the moment he step out of that, then he might be exposed. So it also depends on if the other teams move in first, and they will create that space for him to enter the circle. That's something that we'll keep an eye on. As for Yaku Galacticos, yeah, you mentioned about the good spot that they had, and it's easy for them to just move slightly forward. They probably only need to be careful of CSU. And now that they have released a couple of shots, they have awoken the dragon and CSU. Now they are about to take, if they know that is, if it's only 2 plays for Yahoo Radicals, they'll take this advantage. But this Nate, but
Nate!
Not enough to knock him down. He's still alright.
Oh, still 40% of HP. That's a lot of... Whoa! Oh, that's a nice get back. You tossed me one, I charge you back on one, but I threw it better. That's Murnay's absolute statement just now, despite it was an awkward angle to toss that Nate just now. Below, upwards, hardly can see where the players of Sisu, but he just estimated based on experience. On the side of Sisu, they had it going at first, but unfortunately now... Here comes the explosion coming in. Ting tried to go for the revive, but Monet. Here comes another toss. A bit too off. At least this gives some space for Sisu to get a refresh and a reset. But there's also time across the other side. I'm not sure how they want to get out of this pinch. But thanks to time, YG now a bit occupied across all the way on top of the mountain.
Okay. At least they have enough cover to be picked up. Alright, the reset's kicking in right now. On the elimination feed, we do have Misfit International and Hybrid having a fight. Okay, that's on the southern side. Okay, here we go. A nade sent into the building, beautifully tossed. And now it's only Genji left, the final player, with his trusty DBS. He gets one target. Looking to clutch this one out against Misfit International, but from behind!
No!
Oh man! Mom, seriously? Let the dude enjoy a game!
Do the bunny hop, hop. Let's go. Oh, what a steal there. Definitely gonna wipe the tears, wipe the smile and giving off weeping tears for the team that he just stolen from. They put so much work for that VK house, and now he casually just go for another run of team. How can this guy looks like he has no fear? Despite he is solo-handedly dealing and pressuring all these guys by himself. VK ass. Keep Hop on leash. He's just making trouble for even Misfit International. Oh, that's a bit of medicine that he has to taste his own medicine right now. Then, just coming in, VK has just arrived by MSI. This is MSI. They're not going to willingly giving away their compound easily. Then coming in with the DBS from the back. Ah, the stabbing gonna hurt on the side of MSI. Then, can he turn the tide? It's a very close though, still bleeding out for his mates.
A DBS. Very clutchable weapon. Okay, oh, he got half the damage down there. He just needs to finish up the job now. Goes through the other window. Okay, tries to find his target. Going up against the UMP. He sees one, and there you go, Vin will finish up the job.
It's not done and dusted. YG still. Well, a Dragon's got their comeback. Sad to see, but Monet, it is what it is. Oh, wow. How? Who? Wacko. Sisu did not see the one coming, but Tai has been actually observing them for quite some time. Now, we don't have a complete full squad for now, but NGGZ looks like finally is their time to shine.
And NGGZ, last we checked, or last I saw, 10 elimination points that they've held. But can Hongs hold on to this one though? I don't think so. I think this is going to be the end of the road for Hongs. He can't even cross this road, and if he can't cross this road, that's it. That's it. Time will surely pick up this point unless if Hong denies away the point. It's going to be either one of those.
This is... Oh, Hongs has to be extra careful. Running on hot coals feels like how he's moving right now. He couldn't stay put at one position only. Time's making sure there's no room to entry in. He couldn't even pass across that street. I don't think he has plenty of smokes anymore. He got none. It's just a matter of time for him, waiting for the inevitable, biding his time. Yep, denying the points. There you go. Not willing to give it away freely. That's Sisu getting himself at number 4. But for VIX, Vaccine Gaming, Scythe, there's going to be a troublemaker brewing. But Time and NGGZ, if they manage to cancel each other out. Down to 1v1 now. That's going to be a huge chicken dinner for Vix if he can still stay alive a bit more longer.
And maybe go up to second place and gain more placement points. Oof. Okay, but he has to hope that NGGZ and Time takes the fight. Quick. Right now, Time, most of their players are in the north, while NGGZ, they have a decent spread. Okay, but one of the players fouled out. See a couple of shots. Oh, okay, and that's thanks to the smoke as well. That's minor there. Mr. Clutchman, NGGZ, is still around, I believe, as one of the trios. But Zone favors NGGZ. Okay, this gives them a good chance. But Time is able to close the gap.
Can they see where NGG is at? That's the issue, because right now they're slightly in around the middle ground. They're not the best elevations placed yet. They couldn't actually visualize the other side of a map, but at least they do have a bit more wiggle room to play with. They try to open up the space between them, whilst we do have the last member of the IX try to be quiet as much as possible just next to NGGZ, but Hash really needs to get out from that blue zone. It's not going to be helping him too much. It's not going to be doing them a favor. They need to try to open up the space and corner down NGGZ, but due to this high ground, this elevation actually gives so much view and movement and information for NGGZ. They are definitely aware. The way they responded with those sounds, how they switch their POV towards their backside. Look at how Miner just completely changed the view towards the backside. They are waiting. No room of error for Time. But for Scythe, I mean, he's having fun punching the wall.
Yeah, I think he knows that this is going to be the end for him, and he's just hoping for at least a second place finish. But this fight is taking his time, so I don't know if he can get that second place. We'll see. Right now, it's still NGGZ having a good spot in the circle, but somehow Time managed to slide in and they found this house for them to dock themselves and at least be here for stage 7. We still have stage 8. By playing by the edge of the circle, it's unlikely that Time will get the next phase unless Miracle Heart Shift favors them.
Yep. It's going to be a blue zone completely taking him out. Not giving any points to us. There's two teams right now. Yep. It's going to be go time. Red spotted out Hash. Time having difficulty with those low grounds. Hardly can visualize these guys. This uneven terrain. There are multiple trenches here for them to work with. For NGGZ, they can just overpick for a bit and just back down once more. It's such a good barricade from where their standpoint is at. Yes, they got a building, but the problem with Time, they are on a defensive stance. They can't go offensive. But it's a reverse. It's totally different for NGGZ. They can go both.
Yeah, especially when Red is holding this hill, right? And his other teammates as well, they have this elevation. So the moment Time steps out, then they would have a good view of them. Oh, but NGGZ, are they being creative here? Are they losing patience and they want to go for it? They want to crash into the compound? Okay, they're scouting for options here. Okay, anyway, Red, Mr. Clutchman, very, very near with DOS. DOS sees him. I'm not sure if Red knows that DOS is here.
He's about to find out. First Nate, a bit over toss. Here comes the respawn from DOS. Do it, DOS. He's down to 50% of HP, taking that collateral damage. Red versus DOS, high ground versus low, but dude, DOS down on his knees with the help of his mate. Red winning over that one.
And Jero will finish up DOS. Now 2 more to go. Oh, make that 1 more, Mr. Wako. 1v3. Okay, time for Wako to do a red. Here comes the DBS. But out in the open. Too much space given to NGGZ. And they will easily get this chicken dinner towards the end.
It wasn't that easy, to be honest, but this is what they've been waiting for the entire day. They've been quite consistently getting themselves a lot of eliminations. Not the best when it comes to their positions and maintaining consistency to be in the top 4. They are quite okay with their back-to-back number 4 Irangles from Irangle number 2 and 3. It's just a matter of time for them to finally formulate themselves how to overcome that the level that they're stuck with at number 4 in both wrangles before. And finally, they getting themselves a good momentum here, but can they carry forward with 13 eliminations? And Mum unfortunately have to bow out quite early just now. He got caught off guard by himself, but 13 is plenty for NGGZ. Now, where would they stand by end of this round?
I think we'll be very healthy. Easily top 5, top 3 maybe. Need to look at the scores later. But what I would be pretty clear of is that NGGZ Red, Mr. Clutchman, should be the MVP this round. I mean, 7 eliminations, more than double any of his other teammates have in this round. Dealing a decent amount of damage, 750. Jero has a little bit more, but based on the stats, eliminations are given a priority. So Red should be the MVP here, but of course we'll get a confirmation on that in a little bit more. As for the other interesting stats, Miner, no knockouts, but he's the finisher for the team, locking in 3 eliminations for NGGZ. So very healthy point haul here, a total of 23 points with the chicken dinner. Now let's check out the best moments here from this round featuring NGGZ.
I mean, I got my benchmark slightly higher now with that 28 elimination, 3000 over damage. That's gonna be high so far, but it's still gonna be at the golden what we call it, golden benchmark, something. For NGGZ, this is definitely their best run yet by far. I mean, they definitely got themselves previously close enough, but not this big. So I guess it's a huge achievement for NGGZ. It's all about getting that consistency locked in for them to keep it going. But for time, took them a bit more time than we expected. It definitely stopped to warm up into this tournament. But just hope it's not too late for them to make, you know, a turnaround for their week number 1. But this is definitely well deserving. I hope he can actually get a daily MVP for NGGZ, because yesterday he was close off getting one.
Yeah, yesterday he came out with an insane 1v3 clutch to lock in the chicken dinner for NGGZ, Mr. Clutchman Red. This time with 7 eliminations and 750 damage. I mean, based on NGGZ's overall performance today, he probably stands a chance to be the daily MVP, and I would love to see that as well. Well deserved for it being the MVP this round, and so far the main man for NGGZ. Points wise, NGGZ way ahead of anyone else. Even if you double up the amount of points for time, you still won't be able to catch them. 23 points locked in. But unfortunately, the only team that did not score any point this round is 214. But overall, in the chart, 214 is still doing all right. So I'm not too worried for them.
it's going to be their last map afterwards. Unfortunately, the team that will have their last run for the week didn't do well for the second last map here. 214 Snooker Esports, Hybrid, KE all ended up on the second page. They need to do something about the last map now, but I don't blame them. That circle was unprecedented. It was such a historically low kind of circle ever I've seen in my life. But for YG, unfortunately, also they got eliminated quite early, so they couldn't actually stretch the gap between them and Hive a bit more further. So it's still within reach. Even OV still can catch up to YG's point by tomorrow. But Hybrid, they don't want to end their run just close enough to top 3. I mean, if they can actually close with a bang, that would be pretty satisfying to watch. But eyes locked onto bottom 4, As and K. Last map to go for them. Can they still push the numbers up?
Yeah, the teams on page 2, generally the points are very, very close. That includes the most of the bottom 4. So that's going to be interesting to see if any major change will happen, because we have one more game to go after this in Miramar. So this is the one that you don't want to miss out, because some of these teams will be playing their last game for the week. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be taking a short break. But looks like, yeah, we'll see you guys after this.
This is going to be the last map for none other than Group E. Whilst tomorrow is going to be another whole day and the last run for week number 1. But so far, week number 1 surprised me quite often with the players when it comes to some teams with their debut, first ever tournament for some of them as well. But with the circles, I mean, it has been outstanding.
Oh yeah, it's a circle that you don't get all the time, right? Looked like a Patona circle, and then after stage 3, it went back up again. A couple of teams had to move, and so on and so forth. It was a really fun circle. So it moved from fun circles of Erangel to Miramar today. Let's see if we get another fun one for the final Miramar game for tonight, and also the last game for some of the teams. Without further ado, let's go Miramar!
I don't know what to expect for the circle. I mean, like previous season, I can sort of see a pattern of circles that kind of contradict or with the flight path when this sort of, trajectory happens. But for this season, I don't know what's up with this version, but it's definitely completely unpredictable. And this time we do have a very south flight path. Previously we had slightly not so great as well, very different flight path, and also the circle. So it was a one direction journey for most of the teams. So I hope it's not going to be the same case, but I'm not going to deny we were having fun.
Oh yeah, absolutely, right? Whenever we get the kind of circle, never complain. It's always fun. It's always fun to see the teams try to get creative and try to overcome the odds with those kind of circles. Let's see what we're going to get here. We get to find out soon. Of course, we're going to focus on to whether we're going to see any early fights. My eyes are on the area of Graveyard and GGZ overlapping another team there. That's time. There's a chance that we might see that fight there. But we're going to get a very different circle this time. Okay, centered around San Martin instead.
Generous indeed, usual. San Martin will be a high spot and a prime place to be at, but there's chances that we might migrate into Hacienda de Patron as well, so keep your eyes peeled out because the circle is just weird today. As NK on the other end, the scouters meet up. There's going to be the scouter of GC versus SNK, and I guess the Micro Uzi did a lot of work for crazying. I wish we have more Micro Uzi players. On the side of GC, look at how spread out for their first drop. Kim is already on top of Los Leonas, with the other two is doing work, trying to find loot, but my scout, as well as Crazy, trying to find vehicles. Oh, it's just one first blood and the first contact made, and SNK losing one member definitely will put them at edge a bit, to be extra careful, because this is going to be the last map. They don't want to go down way too early without any points.
Yeah. Especially if you're GC and you're number 19 now, 76 points. But if they can get a really good game, you can get a chicken dinner, it will boost them up significantly. Probably somewhere around mid-table. That would be kind of nice because the points are really close down there. This is also one of those rare things, right? If I were to look at the points on page 2 teams, majority of them very close. Also something that I don't think we see all the time. And it's almost like a race here to not be in the bottom 4. And because of the points that are lined up in this way, that makes an exciting race to the end of week 1.
Yeah, it feels like everybody tried to kick everyone down as much as they can, but unfortunately the points did not make it any easier between the teams from the 13th place to the 20th. I guess it's pretty safe to say the benchmark for this week to get into the top 16 is going to be over 100 points. It's literally the benchmark at the borderline. I mean, to get lower than 100 points, slightly a bit dangerous. But below 90 is basically like the warning zone for most of the team. But I think by tomorrow, a lot of teams will start to see, 100 points and above already. So if these teams, SNK, as well as KE. I think KE, did they hit 100 points? They already did, so they're gonna be fine. Who else? Is it only SNK did not hit the 100 point for Group E? I guess so. Yep.
And as you pointed out, Snooker Esports, they lost a player early. So bundle that together with what you said, it's bad news for them. They could be just like, unless a miracle can happen. Okay, it's still not impossible for 3 players to score a chicken dinner, just saying. But based on their performance, their track record, having 3 players definitely isn't helping. Very high chance that they will be in the bottom 4.
3 players is not a problem, but 3 players when this is stage 1 way too early. But NGGZ, I guess, is it a chicken dinner curse again happening here? Because every single time, you know, the inconsistent team getting those chicken, the moment they got it hard, they drop it cold for the next one. We've seen it a couple of times within this week. But yeah, I mean, it's not the end of story yet for SNK. We still have another week to go, but they have to double their game for next week. And speaking of double it up, ABC actually did double their gameplay here.
And doubling down onto Elevate, the number 20 team. Crab is still not out yet, so officially, they are still a 4-man squad. And Rix is on duty right now to pick him up. But say knockdown, there's another player out. Oh, this nade. You go back down again. There you go. Beautiful nade by Rare to get Cram back on his knees.
If you compare ABC now and their day 1, it's such a drastic difference. I have to give it. They're one of the most progress and have huge growth in terms of their performance overall in week number 1. Look at that. That's never happened before. But this is something that keeps happening for ABC the entire day. And that's Elevate. Completely decimated in the hands of ABC. Let's count you 1, 2, 3.
Still rooted at number 20 because of that. The good news for Elevate is that they'll still be playing tomorrow, so they can still try to bring in more points to not be in the bottom 4. But ABC, good job. I mean, that was quick move by them, quick decision making, and they brought in 4 points for themselves without losing a single player. Golden Cross against KE, but they'll be okay in San Martin. A quick rotation back into the city, and they'll have enough cover. No sweat.
I think everybody's just fidgeting, waiting for stage number 2. It's hard. If St. Martin and St. de Patron is not in there, it's moved all the way towards the southern side. It's going to be difficult. So difficult to even predict stage number 3. This bouncing circle, the hot shifts are real here today. But if it does move north on the other end, it's also another problem who actually play at the edge. The edge teams gonna be edgy for now. Because of how uncertain the situation is. They're gonna have either a very long journey or a very short one. But for NGGZ, I guess this is them falling from the grace of the chicken dinner. Did not expect this sort of scenario for NGGZ, who just got himself that chicken dinner just now with the double-digit eliminations as well. But for time, this is bold. This is bold for MM and NGGZ. They need to build that car.
And no substitute vehicle. And they are out in the open. Oh man, good fellas behind. MM tries to get his target, but here comes the rest of them. MM eliminated. And there goes NGGZ. Well, we'll see them again. But anyway, still 141 points overall. NGGZ, they're okay. I mean, not to worry about them. They're fine.
Oh, it's north.
Oh,
It's
hot shift.
north. Are you kidding me? How? This is like Cruz the Valley, water treatment, might as well start at Tori Ahumada to make it happen. But Sisu, of all the teams, Sisu managed to get all these weird circles here today.
And I'm sure they're not complaining about that. They'll be like, okay, we are the only one all the way north. Nobody else there. And we have the circle. Unless Young Radicals make a long rotation up north and come in. Then they'll meet with Sisu. And then they will be able to fight again, just like how they did in the last Mirama.
Seven Sky. I do prefer Seven Sky here today. We do get a lot more screen time with them and also a lot more actions this time around. But oh, Nate coming in, Mo one's down on the ground. Time Hash taking out 0 as well. That's not great. Oh, ABC did just manage to get that right rhythm, and now it's been completely stopped by one man, Hash.
And that one man Hash brought in 2 elimination points for the team already. Trying to keep them afloat. They are just at the edge now. Number 16 in the overalls. Good start for Time. 3 points. Seven Sky rotating up north as well. I wonder if they'll bump into to CSU. Okay. But we saw a couple of fights happening elsewhere as well. I guess this is because of like the hard shift and then teams will need to rotate and they bump into each other. Something that we kind of saw when the map was shown to us.
Oh, Hybrid. I mean, they're not doing too bad, but not too great either. I think they definitely scored themselves chicken early on today, but second half definitely affected them so much after that long pause. But for GFS, I'm loving this version of them. I mean, across the years, I think this is the best version in GFS for the players. We've known them long enough. I've casted their games plenty enough to see this is the most confident they have so far with their performance. They don't have problem with their skills, but the confidence seems to be always an issue for GFS players. I'm loving the fact that they are definitely looking themselves in a better light. But for water treatment, it's going to be a lot of long shots going on. GFS, knowing the fact there's another team tried to poke on Hybrid, which was Seven Sky, they definitely tried to pull back a bit and try to read out the room first to see how many teams actually inside or around water treatment before they take some action.
Yeah, I do agree. This is so far the best season of Goodfellas that we have seen as compared to the previous seasons. As long as they can maintain consistency next week, then we will be able to see them in the grand finals. And then by then, it's going to be like the benchmark for Goodfellas to see whether they can be like, you know, one of the title contenders or not. Something that I would want to see. I would want to see like a new team being able to challenge for the top, because we have been seeing like, okay, Yaku Galacticos and Hive, or even before this, like Burmese Goals, who's now Terra Esports, going for the top. But if there's any other new teams that can really challenge for that title, it'll be fun.
Not so fun for VIX or Vaccine Gaming. Look at that, how far they are. Have to squeeze in that very crowded circle. Still have plenty of team. It's slightly in a lower pace spectrum when it comes to this map right now. Everybody's being extra careful. I think one of the many reasons because the teams in Group E are not taking too much aggressive approach because they are being careful with their last map of the week. But 2-1-4 on the other hand, I mean, they weren't the greatest yet today, but because of their prior performance throughout the entirety of the week before, definitely give them a bit more space to have errors in the making or made. But back to the side of YG, are they breaking that 200 marks by end of today? I think I have a high chance they might be.
I mean, they are only a handful of points away. Unless they somehow bottle this one, then it will be a different story altogether. But with their current position, already in the circle, at the side of water treatment, last we checked, there weren't as many teams there. And they will have a good spot. So, yeah, I would say they will be on route to getting the 200 plus points. And let's not forget, they are also playing tomorrow. Who knows? More than 250 overall for week 1.
But tomorrow is going to be a good competition between Hive and YG. I want to see how that will unfold by end of tomorrow. I feel like we do know when it comes to competitive scene, there's a lot of ego in the air. I feel the ego is being bruised now for Hive. They want to make sure they heal themselves and their ego back, and they will try to show it, hey, we are more than capable to just overrun you for that number one spot again. They managed to touch the number one spot temporarily for one day, but the moment YG came back, it just completely, they're just warming the seat warmers for YG that time. Sorry, Hive, it is what it is. But for the side of the other teams, we're talking about the middle pack. Yes, it feels like YG and Hive do have a very good competition, but don't overlook Hybrid, for example, or the teams that are not playing today, including Observation Esports, another one that everybody should watch out. They always surprise us. Speaking of surprises, Circle just happened to be in between the road of Water Treatment and Senator Patron. Pick your poison. One be on the north or the south.
Yes, lots of open space in this one. And VKS will face off against Golden Cross. The pressure is going to be on the Golden Cross. They are the ones on the outer side. And VKS Lil Wans gets one. Oh, but came from the side. Okay, found an angle there. But the terrain isn't kind to him. Not able to land in shots. Oh, but he sees Amura. Amura, one last hit needed left onto him, but he's not able to get it. Instead, now we have Lil Wangs on screen. The Molly will kind of stop him. But still, he will advance past the smoke. He will lock in an elimination point. Now looking for another one, but he needs to reload by Lil Wangs. Oh, man. Just enough bullets for him to get his target.
He whiffed it so hard, that one now. Oh, that was so close. Less than 1% of HP, slither of health, barely a sneeze. He can just went down like that. But SNK, oh boy, this is not great. Yep, I guess they have a lot of work to do today. No rest day tomorrow for them, despite they're not playing. They definitely have to review a lot of VODs by their coach, by their coaching staff, and they're definitely not going to have a break too much. They have to come back for next week.
Yeah, well, brand new week by then. But for KE, they're still in the game. Tafan's really low, and a simple spray will take him out. The rest of the KE will need to follow up. Vanix, side is down, and side will be eliminated. Marcos managed to heal up, and here comes the rest of KE. They want revenge for their captain. Marcos on his knees, and Jeffrey very low. Goes up to the second floor. They just need to follow up right now. We have no escape. No escape goes down. And his teammate, Master D2K, will take the revenge on his behalf, and Vanix will be out.
Next up, VKS GC. Wait, that's gonna be last man standing for GC Renix, and that's out of the question now. Now it seems like suddenly the fight is going on back to back at stage 4, like they usually say the great migration happens here. But 214 managed to give a bit of a fight, a run of their money for YG.
Ooh.
YG still have 3 men standing, whilst last man of 214, I guess, unfortunately this time they ended up with a 0. It feels like they are declining for the entire day for 214.
Yeah, slight decline there. Slight decline. Currently at number 8, and let's see, VKS can catch them. Goodfellas with their current performance can catch them as well. So we'll see how many teams can push them down. Maybe even CSU. But a point update for Young Gaidicos. They are now 1 point to 200. They just need 1 more point. And that 1 point can even come from a placement point, because now we have 9 teams left.
I'm trying to recall. They're starting off with 55 points, right? Was it earlier today, or yeah? How much did they got in a day? Imagine tomorrow, by end of tomorrow, though. But it's gonna be a different story with a different lobby. For now, we're gonna focus on this one. Focus on this one, Chu. Keep your focus on. It's gonna back to us in between the road. We do know this is gonna be the ending circle, but question is, will the circle be with Seven Skies compound? Because we do know the road will be the divider for the last few circles, and how many teams want to go south. Everybody seems to be more interested on the north. Even MSI, who got an entry clear in from the eastern side of the circle, but they're not taking it.
But before we talk about that entry, we're going to talk about the southern entry now, where KE will be taking this fight against time. Well, clear off their path, gain as many points as possible, sending a nade into the building. Not able to get a knock yet. Oh, but instead it's going to be time getting campus. And with fact that KE started with 3 players, now they are down to 2 active.
CC also being so active against GFS at the same time. We're back to its time. KE struggling. They are drowning and the boat's gonna go down. Oh, one last player standing. This is not looking good for their prospects for the end of the day. They're not playing tomorrow, but at least still in the top 10, so it's still fine. That's slightly more work for next week. No Escape. We don't see No Escape too often, and now we get to see a glimpse of his play. Do you prefer to see him next week or not?
Well, I believe today is his debut day, right? So, benefit of the doubt, we only get to see a bit. I would love to see him play again next week, I would say. I would love to give him more game time. Not like KE today was really bad for them, it was okay. So yeah, I think No Escape deserves his spot next week.
I do want to see Campus and No Escape and Devon to be in the lineup. And probably Master D2K would be a good roster, but back to us. Good fellas. Not doing so good now. Got that long shots towards the players. They are very spread out for GFS. Chewy couldn't help him in time. CC on the other hand stack up together. They're moving as a unit. This is making it even harder for GFS because they're just taking a bit more time to get there. But there's going to be another team. YG might save GFS from being taken now. They are a rival. Their arrival is just on point here. But unfortunately, they couldn't save Shin. MSI, who's stealing over the points. But where? How?
Where did they come from? I guess from the inner side of the circle. But never mind about that. Young Radicals, although they're officially more than 200 points now, but they still want to stretch the lead. Now 202 points. Not counting in the place on points yet for Yango Galacticos. And this round, 7 elimination points. Man, these guys, they're still not stopping yet today.
Can they score a hat-trick here? It's not the best back-to-back, but definitely, I mean, we've seen the best before. It was crazy. But for YG, they can score a hat-trick any day when it comes to PMCL. That's what's scary about them. But I do want Hybrid to give them a bit of run for their money. I feel like this is high potential to actually challenge YG straight confrontation. Chewy giving a bit of a pressure on YG's side. They're going for 1-2-1 formation for now. Not quite in the circle yet, but they're just scouting if there's anybody else behind. I don't think it's an issue for YG to get in the circle. They know how it works. They are well versed and being exposed too much of international tournaments by now. They're not even worried about to get into the circle, but they're worried more to it, see if there's any backstabbers behind.
Yeah, and that's potentially Chewy. So they want to try to clear him off first, but Chewy is not making it easy for them. Chewy does have a vehicle, so he can escape through the back, but Misfit International is there, so yeah, let's see what will Chewy do. Okay, anyway, he chose to move away. Potentially might bump into Misfit International, but he does have this entry into the circle, but he will put himself on the lower ground, a bit of an open space. They saw him, but again, rough terrain. So he's still alright for now, so good move by Chewy, I must say. Credit to him.
For Hybrid, on the other hand, the thing that's different about Hybrid than the others, they're not too hasty when it comes to decision making. They're thinking, they are super calm and they prefer indoors. They don't like to play in the open field. They don't like the sun too much. They're gonna stay indoors for now. For YG, on the other hand, they're just running amok, trying to find any target possible. MSI, I mean, YG's aiming at the same point as well. Lucky he actually finished, not really lucky. Finally, he got to finish it off straight away. If not, YG's might be aiming for the steals. But he definitely aware about his surroundings here. What a quick reflex, trying to respawn straight away with a smile around the corner. I think Genji's screaming for help for now.
Smart screaming out for help as well. They're trying to buy time. He sees FV. Oh, but DOS got FV. Who's going to get the point? Oh, it's going to be DOS. Okay, point goes towards a Time Esports. They need the points more than YG at this point. And Yango Gaidagos, here comes the rest of the Mernet on his knee. Same goes for Seiklat as well. Genji showing up, taking them out one by one. Now Yango Gaidagos, They have only two
Oh,
players
he
left.
cancelled it out.
Genji with the DBS. Oh, he got it. Oh, that was so close. And now there's only one more left. It's going to be Romeo, and Romeo eliminated. But before he went out, he still managed to take out you. But Young Radicals, they will be happy with the 8 elimination haul in this round.
That was smart from Genji. I feel like YG got baited for that. They had the pin pulled by the hand grenade straight away, trying to find those corners because he knows he can hear it. It's super close. But he switched it back towards that DBS and slightly wiggle it out so he won't get shot. Ha! What quick thinking coming out from Hybrid. Very fast, quick feet. But back towards our top 5 teams. So far, the one that seems to be having a bleak ending is might be either GF as or MSI, depending on who spot them out first. If Time decided to go to the right side, it's going to be MSI first. If they're going to cut across straight, it's going to probably Chewy first. It's just a matter of time now.
Yeah, and they're still scouting out for options, right? They still have a little bit of time. So they are choosing whether, okay, want to go for Chewy's position or MSI. While Dale, oh man, this guy, he's been looking at Seven Sky. So he's looking at Seven Sky as a potential option as well. I wonder, okay, we'll find out in a couple more seconds because we have about 15 more seconds before the zone closes. But Seven Sky, they're making their move first. So Time, looking at that movement, I'm sure they have a decision now.
Too many decisions to be made. To cross or not to cross. To take the fight now or later. Because Seven Sky is the one rotating downwards. They were on the west side just now. But Time, they spot out Chewy, and that's going to be Chewy. GFS plays himself at 5th place. MSI on the 4th. It's just in seconds of difference, milliseconds of difference between these two teams and last 2 players for each respective teams. But for Hybrid, I feel like they slightly at disadvantage. They barely got any information due to how they love to stay indoors, and now they got themselves stuck slightly with the tree in between. And they are not the only one in the party, right? And they're not in the party yet for now, because Time and Seven Sky definitely already, you know, hyping it up.
Yeah, they definitely are. I mean, they're looking at each other now. While on the north, Hybrid is just being chilling there. Oh, but Time sends 2 players, including Dale, to scout. Okay, they're having a 2-2 formation here at stage 7, so it's going to be interesting to see how they overcome the situation now. If Seven Sky knows that they made this a formation, they can push. But it's Robelo, Seven Sky, that gets a knock, and Genji is just too far away. And the Blues on top of him, he will be eliminated for sure.
But for Dale, he's trying to position himself where it's impenetrable for his fortress. A very small shack of fortress, but it works. If you have plenty of at least 2 vehicles, there's no bullet going to get through that shack because of the haystacks. How mighty haystacks in PUBG Mobile. But when it comes to Hybrid, unfortunately, last player, I think he's reviving at the same time. If these two cancel each other out, never mind. Hybrid completely smashed down by Seven Sky.
Now that Hybrid's out, then these 2 teams can totally focus onto each other. It's time for Dale and Doss to get into the circle. Okay, to help their teammate, but they're going to circle around on the other side, so they're going to take different angles here. Seven Skies, they read that situation. Now they're sending 2 as well on the other side, so it's all these teams having a 2-2 split, managing each other equally. So it still looks like a 50-50 if you ask me, but one player from Time is on the outside. It's a matter of time till he gets in the circle.
It's a very different formation between these 2 teams right now. At first it was a 1-2-1, and then for Seven Sky, of course. Now they split the 2-2. They are mirroring how Time plays their plays as well. So they are definitely aware every single player is positioned here. Both teams. It's quite a fair fight. Whether the north or the south will start to fight first between the 2v2 of north and south respective teams. Seven Sky got up Dale. Oh, it's go time. They do have vehicles. They can just crash into it and run them down. But do they want to wait? Seven Sky.
Oh.
They have time across their side and they're taking too much time. They are fighting against time. Quite a tongue twister and quite confusing for you guys. But time down to 2 places. I'm surprised they're not rushing in yet. They're being too careful for Seven Sky.
Well, I guess because of the pressure of the fact that in the overalls they're at the bottom 4, so they don't want to make those mistakes. But because of hesitation, okay. Oh, no nades. If Rubelo has a nade, it would have been perfect for him. He sees his target, but without a nade, he can't find that angle. And Dos took advantage of the fact that Dragon is down and he will be eliminated. You see Robelo down as well. Oh, looks like time. They could have this in the bag. 2v1 right now. V-High in the smoke. And he's cornered by the blue. This is high. Time to lock in the chicken dinner. And they will not let go of the opportunity. Time Esports with the last chicken dinner for today.
They probably scored their second chicken here. They did manage to get one yesterday as well. And I guess their map of preference right now, it's gonna be Miramar. Because those are the maps. They slightly have more actions, and actually the only maps that actually perform in the top 4, and even not really, it's like completely like the only map they have their chickens. It's either they have chickens or they're completely not on the top 4. That's it. That's time. That's literally it. Straightforward. It's different from YG. YG don't care got chicken or not, they want to go elimination. Time is like, we don't get chicken, we don't go top 4. But they do score themselves 12 eliminations. There's still plenty. I think they definitely have a big push. Too bad somebody will get pushed down instead, since time did perform for today's last map.
That's the reality of the competition, right? Somebody has to be at the bottom 4. And who would it be? I mean, can't wait to see the points, because last we checked, it was really, really tight down there. But anyway, great work here by Time, locking in this chicken dinner. This might put them in a safe position, but we also have to see the overalls on how tight it is around them as well. But good work here by Time. With this chicken dinner, it came at the right timing. Now it's time for us to check out the highlights.
Well, eliminations. I think they are the only teams with double digit by far. I don't see a lot of teams actually taking a lot of actions in the early stage of our Miramar last map just now. For MSI finally get themselves a bit of a groove now. They will be playing tomorrow. I hope they follow up this kind of groove with a better rhythm tomorrow. 7 Sky with a 5 eliminations, Hybrid with a 5. Now, Hybrid, they're playing a bit too safe, honestly, when it comes to this Mirama map. So I'm not a big fan of it. I do prefer them in Erangel. It's just a different vibe, a different facade entirely when it comes to a different face set entirely for Hybrid when it comes to Erangel personality and Mirama personality of this team. It's just completely, 180 degrees flip. But when it comes to the stats here, not big of a difference, except for Hybrid. They like indoors, they're not tossing anything outside.
Well, you know what I like? DOS as the MVP this time for Time Esports with 5 eliminations and 742 damage. Yeah, he's been showing up a lot for the team. A lot of times that whenever the camera pans over to when Time is in action, we always get to see DOS. And if it's always shown, sometimes it's like, it's just about the right moment till it becomes the MVP. And of course, to be the MVP, your team has to get the chicken dinner. And when they got the chicken dinner time, DOS gets the MVP. So, well deserved, I must say.
For Time, this marks 22 points. Last we saw them around the middle pack, so they're gonna be a-okay. And I'm not sure if they hit the 100 mark yet by far. But for Elevate, unfortunately, it's a rough ride for them today. I mean, circles, yeah, I don't blame them, but it's definitely tough to be in their shoes right now. And GGZ, a bit hot and cold, but they have to end the run for 2-on-4 with a 0 for this one as well. But we do know what 2-on-4 is not going to be a problem for them to be in the grand finals if for week number 2 they maintain at least the same spot or slightly even better.
Well, the one that I'll be slightly worried is Elevate because they're at the last place. At this moment. And even them, they have a 22-point gap with GC. Look at the overall. But starting from GC onwards, then you start to see that the gap isn't that big. Like between them and SNK is 2 points. And then SNK and ABC is 6 points and so on and so forth, right? So it's like super tight down there. I'm sure Seven Sky will appreciate with the fact that they are in the top 4 in this round. And because of that, right now they're at number 16. But they cannot be complacent because they still can be caught up. So they still need to continue on the momentum.
Renee! Wow, it's been a while, but he got himself... Wow, he got twice for daily MVP. I mean, he might actually get a good run for the league's MVP. Yeah, he got this day 3 daily MVP, and now he got our day 4. So I guess 2 days back to back for Mane for our daily MVP.
Yeah, Bernard, well deserved, I must say, especially with a package of Yango Galacticos getting a lot of points today on top of the chicken dinner and so on. So welcome back as well, Yango Galacticos to the number 1. So full package for them. Daily MVP, number 1, multiple chicken dinners. Now they are on par with the other chicken dinner teams with 3 as well. It's been a great day for Yango Galacticos overall, and they can celebrate this as a cherry on top with Bernard as the MVP. They will still be playing again tomorrow, and Hive will still be playing, and Hive will return as well tomorrow. So we'll see how the final race of week 1 will go.
Yeah, Hive. Are you challenged? Do you feel challenged? Do you want to bring back the glory? Please, I feel challenged because I want them to show a great performance tomorrow when it comes to YG versus Hive. Do tell us in the comment which is going to be your priority, who's going to be your super favorite between the top 2 teams. So don't forget also the others, because they might surprise us in the last minute, because anything could happen with this sort of circle, with this tournament, with somebody suddenly just surprise us. Hello, we're here as well.
Yeah, and Hive turns up tomorrow, then it will be a deja vu of the ending of last season when it was a 2-way race between the two. So we're gonna be able to maybe relive the end of last season again tomorrow. Make sure you guys stay tuned to the end of week number 1 of the PMCL this season. That is it for us today at the Caster's Desk. My name is Sir Cloud together with the amazing Choo Choo. We'll be seeing you again tomorrow. Same time, same channel. So make sure you come back for that. Good night, people.